Chapter 4477. After leaving the forbidden land of the crystal rainbow, Yi Xian and the old pig immediately concealed their figures and even concealed their auras. They did not make any stops along the way and directly rushed to the source nest planet located in this remote area in the depths of the primordial void. Shen Base Camp. Yi Xian was originally a little worried about the old pig and did not intend to bring him to the source nest base camp so easily. But now, the two of them had experienced many battles, and the old pig's performance was not bad. Moreover, he had also tasted the sweetness. Whether it was the level 26 or 27 treasure pills in the future, he would definitely not give them up. He had long been loyal to Yi Xian. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this matter anymore. What's more, after a period of hibernation, Yi Xian would leave the source nest base camp again. It was not good for there to be no powerful existence to guard this place for a long time. If he was discovered, it would really be a disaster. Therefore, bringing the old pig back to the source nest base camp and letting him guard this place in the future was also a decision made by Yi Xian after careful consideration. A month later, Yi Xian finally returned to the source nest base camp. He did not stop on the surface of the planet, but directly entered the interior of the planet with the old pig. Hiss. Brother Violent Ape, when I looked from the outside, I thought it was an abandoned planet. It's just a little bigger. As soon as he entered the interior of the planet, the old pig immediately gasped. After entering, I realized that something was wrong. The energy aura here is clearly primordial chaos. This power. Could this be a source nest star? Yi Xian nodded and did not say much. Damn. There are only a total of 5,000 source nest stars in the entire primordial void, and basically all of them are nurturing a future demon god level existence. Moreover, all of them are protected by a layer of primordial law power. Just like the Milky Way star field, even the Primordial Supreme and the Primordial Supreme. I'm afraid they won't be able to break in. I didn't expect that you would actually steal one, and even destroy the demon god seed nurtured within it. You took it as a nest and a secret base. This is truly a reckless waste of natural resources. At the end of his words, old pig's spirit shook his head and sighed with regret. Yi Xian was still smiling without saying anything. If this old guy knew that the most powerful demon god in these 5,000 nests that gave birth to chaos demon gods was actually Yi Xian. Who knew how envious one of his doppelgangers would be? He reckoned that beating his chest and stamping his feet would be considered a light punishment. Most likely, he would cry and shout that he wanted to commit suicide. While they were talking, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Hour arrived. When they saw Yi Xian's current strength, all of them sucked in cold breaths of air. As for Yi Xian, he was also shocked by what he saw. What scared him was the giant life fortress of the wild dragon ship. The last time he left, the giant life fortress was already very big. It occupied the entire core space of the source nest planet. Now, in just a few years, the wild dragon battleship's size had actually increased by a lot. It had already occupied 1/3 of the space inside the source nest star. In other words, although the source nest star still looked like a mud rock layer on the surface, the innermost 1/3 had actually been replaced by the wild dragon ship. From the looks of it, one day, the entire source nest star would be replaced, and that day was probably not too far away. As for the strength of his subordinates, they didn't disappoint Yi Xian. A few years ago, when Yi Xian left, there were only 10 emperors and more than 100 marquises in the source nest star's base camp. But now, there were already 2 emperors, dozens of emperors, and 700 to 800 marquises. This was also because before Yi Xian left, he had already distributed a batch of elixirs of various grades to help them break through to the next level. Otherwise, if he hadn't returned, these guys would probably be stuck at the peak of the 9th level, unable to break through. As for the 8 great guardian deities, they were originally all at the late stage of the immortal realm. But now, after a few years, because Yi Xian had left them with a large amount of top-grade purple gold treasures, the 8 great guardian deities had all stepped into the conferred king realm. Even Yi Xian was quite surprised by the speed of their breakthrough. Flying Centipede had already become an emperor, and Silver G had also reached the late-stage Emperor level. Their progress was extremely gratifying. And what Yi Xian was most concerned about was the advancement of the 20,000 demons led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu. It could be said that in the past 10 years, this batch of demon powerhouses who had followed him first had been in seclusion almost all the time. Ever since the arrival of the battleship legions from the 3 main star planes in the Mulberry Tree star field, they hadn't shown their faces again. However, Yi Xian had provided them with a huge amount of cultivation resources, and all of them were top-grade items. He had also distributed many elixirs of various grades that were used to break through to the next level. And now, Yi Xian had left for a few years. When he returned again, Gui Haidao and the other important demon subordinates had all come out of seclusion. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately understood their cultivation strength and was quite gratified. After these years of seclusion, Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and the others had all reached the emperor level. Even Ning Tai was the same. He was already an emperor. The remaining 20,000 demon powerhouses were all above the universe grade. Among them, there were about 2,000 ordinary undyings and 500 marquises. This was definitely an extremely terrifying elite army. Once it appeared, it would definitely shock everyone. However, Yi Xian was still not satisfied. In his expectations, all 20,000 demon powerhouses had to be at least ordinary undyings. As for marquises, they had to be at least a quarter, kings had to be at least 1/20th, and emperors had to be at least 100. One of them. This way, the 20,000 demon powerhouses would all be at the undyings level. Among them, 5,000 were marquises, 1,000 were emperors, and 200 were emperors. In addition to their tacit cooperation and battle formation, this was a truly terrifying and boundless undyings army. Perhaps it was still very far away from that day, but at least now, Yi Xian could see hope. He didn't disturb the 20,000 demon subordinates too much. Instead, he distributed a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, such as 9-colored godly medicines, and let them disperse and enter the wild dragon ship, which had grown to half the size of the source nest star. Zhu Zui continued his seclusion. After circling around, Yi Xian found a quiet place and prepared to refine the level 26 elixir. Xiao. As he waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Immediately after, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 16 infant fist-sized pieces of night blood essence appeared in his right palm. Chapter 4478. After everything was ready, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade precious materials required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. At the same time, in the inner space of the Shenong cauldron, at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of the air breaking rang out one after another, the densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the cauldron in the sky above the central domain volcano. They directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly paused for a moment before hovering there. Shockingly, it was the various top-notch materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this level 26 treasure pill. Whoosh! A sound like the howling of a gale rang out, and in the next moment, a majestic Shenong 9-colored flame howled out from the pool of flames at the bottom of the central region volcano below these top-class resources. In the howling wind, the 9-colored flames sea condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. It was small and quaint, exuding an extraordinary aura. Then, this small cauldron formed purely from the Shenong 9-colored flame. The blood essence of the fierce beasts and other materials that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron with a radius of only 10 feet. From then on, the refining of the level 26 treasure pill officially began. Just one level 26 treasure pill was enough to make a cultivator at the peak of the 9th order become a universe master in an instant. One could imagine how important and precious it was. And this was the first time Yi Xian was refining a level 26 treasure pill, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. He controlled everything with all his heart. He made a series of alchemy hand seals, which turned into obscure and mysterious runes, and carefully entered the cauldron. Inside the 9-colored cauldron, time passed slowly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, a huge roar was heard. The cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 9-colored flame dissipated instantly. Like a great river, the 9-colored flames roared and rushed back into the flame pool below. What remained above the pool of flames were 13 round beads that were the size of an infant's fist. They glowed with 9 colors, and their surfaces were covered with a layer of dreamy halo. They exuded an ancient and heavy aura. A level 26 treasure pill. It was a level 26 treasure pill that could allow a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Night Realm to break through to the level of Universe Master within a short period of time. There are really 13 of them? The moment this cauldron of pills was refined, Yi Xian's voice came from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron on top of the volcano in the central region, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Among the 16 venerable blood essences, 1/3 of them were from the late stage of this realm. There was even a blood essence of a 9th stage Great Perfection Venerable. If the Shinong 9-colored flame's power was included, then the divine Nong 9-colored flame's power would be greatly increased. According to Yi Xian's previous deduction, once the cauldron was started to refine these 16 venerable blood essences, at least 10 level 26 treasure pills could be produced. Even the probability of 12 pills being produced was about 60%, and 13 pills was 50%. Now, 13 pills were produced, which happened to be about the same as Yi Xian's deduction. This meant that in addition to the one he consumed himself, in the future, Yi Xian would have 12 more universe masters under his command. Of course, Old Pig Spirit was definitely one of them, there was no doubt about it. Even though he was only at the first level of the Universe Night Realm now, he was still far from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Night Realm after swallowing a level 26 treasure pill. However, in this hunting operation, Old Pig Spirit had put in a lot of effort, so this level 26 treasure pill that belonged to him would be rewarded by Yi Xian later on. Only then could that old fellow be completely at ease in the Source Nest's headquarters and take charge of the rear. After calming down his excited heart, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out 13 small jade bottles. He stored the 13 precious level 26 treasure pills in them and then stored them in the undying world within his body. After that, he stood up and walked out of the Shinong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a thought, the cauldron transformed into a ray of light and rushed into his body, disappearing from sight. After doing all this, Yi Xian went straight back to the top-level central control room of the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress. He had arranged for Old Pig Spirit to stay here previously. Soon, Yi Xian would leave again, and while he was away, Old Pig Spirit would stay here to take charge. Therefore, Yi Xian issued an order to Old Pig Spirit to grant him a secondary level of authority. In the future, when Yi Xian wasn't here, Old Pig Spirit would stay in the top-level central control room of the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress. Of course, Yi Xian only granted him a secondary level of authority. Old Pig Spirit could only give orders while the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress was in the Source Nest's headquarters. It was absolutely impossible to drive it away. This kind of order would be directly rejected. Wang, the light screen of the space gate flickered, and Yi Xian's figure appeared. With a single step, he arrived at the top-level central control room of the life giant fortress. Seeing his arrival, Old Pig Spirit, who was strolling at the side, immediately rushed over. His eyes were glowing with a green light, and he looked as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, it was the blood of a rooster. Brother Bao Yuan, it's only been half a month, and you've succeeded? Although Yi Xian didn't ask what exactly it was, he understood what he meant. For this old fellow to be so anxious, other than a level 26 treasure, what else could it be? When this Star Master makes a move, how can it not succeed? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a small jade bottle from his undying world. He transformed into a jade green light and shot it towards Old Pig Spirit. At this moment, Old Pig Spirit was so excited that his body trembled slightly. After all, this level 26 treasure meant too much to him. He was only a first-order venerable, yet he was holding a supreme treasure pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Master level within a short period of time after reaching the 9th order venerable level. Who wouldn't be excited by such a thing? See this aura. Old Pig Spirit stretched out his hoof to catch the small jade bottle. He immediately removed the stopper and poured out a treasure that exuded a strong aura of a Universe Master. Its surface was enshrouded in a dreamy 9-colored mist. At this moment, even with his level of cultivation and state of mind, Old Pig Spirit's breathing immediately quickened. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and after saying half a sentence, he was at a loss for words. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. Chapter 44-79. Wu, Brother Bao Yuan, you don't say. Now that I've gotten the treasure pill, I want to try swallowing it. Yi Xian's words clearly provoked the Old Pig Spirit. The old fellow's face was full of anger as he raised his head and let out a long howl. However, he didn't refute anything and directly admitted it. No, I have to go into seclusion. I clearly broke through to the venerable realm before you, but now you're already in the 4th order while I'm still in the 1st order. If this continues, I'll be thrown further and further away from you. Who knows when I'll be able to swallow this 20 level 6 treasure pill? If this continues, I'll definitely die from hunger. After saying that, he raised his 4 hooves and instantly shot off into the distance. At the same time, his voice that was filled with unwillingness still sounded from afar. Brother Bao Yuan, just leave this source nest base camp to me. Even if I'm in closed-door cultivation, I'll appear at the first possible moment if anything happens. Take a rest and quickly get the Ian Lord's blood essence. When you leave, you don't have to say goodbye to me. I'm in a hurry to go into seclusion. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared into the distance. No one knew where he went into seclusion in the central control room on the top floor of the giant fortress. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly before turning around and rushing in another direction. He had indeed decided to leave soon, but before he left, there was one more thing to do, and that was to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. Soon, Yi Xian's figure shot out and entered a continuous mountain range. The giant fortress of life was now 1/3 the size of the source nest star, and its interior used spatial folding technology, so even just one layer was vast and boundless. Yi Xian found a valley in this mountain range area, then without hesitation, he directly summoned the farmer god cauldron with a wave of his hand. His figure flickered as he stepped into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, turning into rays of light that hung in front of Yi Xian. They were all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out from the undying world in his body. Including the 9-color divine medicine and a large number of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, were dazzling. After doing all this, he directly activated the farmer god cauldron's domain's power. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, it was easy to swallow them all. At this point, a new round of breakthroughs had finally fully unfolded. Clang, clang, the shackles a shackle, but this time, shackles TTSSSTSS shackle, this was expected. This was to be expected. After all, he had just received 2 consecutive breakdowns not long ago. Needless to say, Yi Xian skillfully activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body, and began to circulate it in his meridians, accumulating strength. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When all the energy had been refined, it only took one impact for the shackles that had appeared in his body to break. As the shackles were completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, Universe Night level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current level, Universe Night level 5. 5th order venerable. The breakthrough this time had undoubtedly caused Yi Xian's battle prowess to soar once again. After the previous breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached 4th order venerable realm. Once he activated the ancient devil ape's bloodline power in his body, his cultivation would instantly rise to 5th order venerable realm. If he were to perform 9 changes of demon ape and reach the 9th change, his power would immediately soar to that of a 5th level universe master. However, after this breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 6th order venerable after activating the devil ape bloodline in his body. If he were to execute the bloodline power of 9 demon ape transformations and enter the 9th transformation, his peak combat power would be equivalent to that of a 6th stage universe master. This was already the pinnacle of the middle stage universe master level. He was only one step away from becoming a late stage universe knight. However, if one were to take into account the terrifying blood essence energy within his massive body of 60 million kilometers under the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's current pinnacle combat power was comparable to that of a 7th stage universe master. Even if he encountered an 8th stage universe master, he could guarantee that he would not lose. Only when he encountered a 9th stage pinnacle, which was equivalent to a half supreme, would he be a threat. After calming down his excited emotions, Yi Xian stood up and stepped out from the mouth of the Shen Nong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored the cauldron into his body. After doing all this, he did not disturb Old Pig Demon. This old fellow was indeed stimulated. Besides, the level 26 treasure pill that he had already obtained was also a form of motivation for him. During this period of time when he was overseeing the Source Nest headquarters, with Old Pig Demon's temperament, if there was nothing important, he would definitely not come out of seclusion. Instead, he would grit his teeth and stay in seclusion to break through. Yi Xian believed that perhaps the next time he returned, Old Pig Demon's cultivation level would most likely be that of a late-stage universe knight, even if he had not yet reached the level of a universe master. Regarding this, he was quite optimistic about Old Pig Demon. After obtaining a level 25 knight treasure pill, this old fellow had broken through from level 6 Emperor Undying to level 1 Emperor Undying very quickly, and he did not disappoint Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian walked out of the top-level central control room of the life giant fortress of Wild Dragon ship. He had originally planned to leave, because whether it was the 20,000 demon elites led by Gui Haidao, the 8 Vidra warriors, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G, or his trusted subordinates, such as the 8 Vidra warriors, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver G, not long ago, Yi Xian had distributed a large number of top-level cultivation resources, especially the 9-colored godly medicine that they had never seen before, so all of them had gone into seclusion excitedly, even the more than 10 million ferocious beasts in the army, except for those who happened to be on duty, were basically all in seclusion on the level of the life giant fortress that was open to everyone. Although this Source Nest star was extremely huge, and there were many demon great beings and space beasts stationed here, in fact, it had always been extremely quiet. All of the subordinates in the headquarters were mainly in seclusion on a daily basis. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian would be bored if he stayed here, so he might as well start his journey earlier. However, to his great surprise, just as Yi Xian walked out of the central control room of the life giant fortress and was about to rush to the surface of the planet where the Source Nest headquarters was located, an unexpected figure appeared in front of him. It was as if this figure had been waiting for him there for a long time. Ordinary, this figure was none other than Ying Tai, whom Yi Xian had never paid much attention to. Chapter 4480. What's the matter? Yi Xian turned to look at Ying Tai and frowned. If there's nothing important, I'll go on a long journey. He still didn't want to come into too much contact with Ying Tai. However, since the other party was arranged by his side by the Immortal Empire's imperial advisor, Devourer, and since then, he had always been well-behaved and didn't make any strange movements, so Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with her. More importantly, with his current cultivation and strength, even if Ying Tai had any ill intentions, Yi Xian would be able to completely ignore it. They weren't on the same level at all. In fact, even if the imperial tutor of the Undying dynasty, Devourer, was here, facing Yi Xian, the situation would be the same. No matter how strong Devourer was, according to Yi Xian's analysis, he shouldn't be as strong as a universe master. I've been crowned emperor, nodding his head, Ying Tai suddenly said. Yi Xian was startled and suddenly felt a little strange. I know that. What's wrong? Being at the Emperor level means that one's divine sense is extremely strong. Ying Tai's face was still calm and composed. She continued, actually, when I first entered the Hong Meng Void, I had a kind of divine sense that seemed to be calling for me, but at that time, my strength was still weak, so my divine sense wasn't very strong. But as my strength increased over the years, especially after becoming an official level Undying, because of the strength of my divine sense, I felt that kind of calling getting stronger and stronger. After being crowned emperor, the calling from my divine sense would appear every once in a while, and it's extremely strong. So, this time, can you take me with you? I have a feeling that as long as I go out for a walk, I'll be able to find the calling. The source of the calling power. The calling power from the unknowns? Yi Xian didn't expect that she would look for him and say this. He frowned immediately. After becoming an official level Undying, especially an emperor level Undying, the divine sense of a strong warrior in space would greatly increase. He naturally knew this. From this perspective, there was no loophole in Ying Tai's words. But in fact, Yi Xian didn't believe her words at all. She was different from Xue Ben, who also left because he felt some kind of calling power. She was different from all the other flesh and blood life forms. Ying Tai wasn't a flesh and blood life form at all. She was from the Tianji clan. Since she wasn't a flesh and blood life form, how could she feel the calling of the bloodline? Of course, the Tianji clan was a very strong clan now, but it was a new clan that was born in the Hong Meng Void, and this was the Hong Meng Void, which was ancient. Tianji clan's clan. How could Ying Tai feel it here? The so-called calling power from the unknowns? Unless, as this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. His eyes also revealed a cold light. Could it be that the Heavenly Legacy clan has also entered this primordial chaos void? If Ying Tai wasn't lying, then this was the only possibility. Moreover, the Tianji clan had disappeared from the three main planes of the Starry Sky realm for many years, and now, even Yi Xian had been in the Hongmeng Void for more than 10 years. It was entirely possible that the missing Tianji clan had also entered the Hongmeng Void due to some sort of fortuitous encounter. It was possible. Thinking of this, a dark light flashed within Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly raised his guard. Given his current level of cultivation, if he were to perform the 9th transformation of the bloodline of 9 demon ape within his body, he would possess the pinnacle combat power of a 6th-level universe master. He was just one step away from becoming a late-level universe master. Even so, Yi Xian didn't dare to let his guard down against the Tianji clan. On the one hand, it was out of habit. After all, he had always subconsciously regarded the Tianji clan as his true enemy. Although he did not view them as favorably as the heavenly Tao of the untainted land, he had never neglected them. Furthermore, the patriarch of the heavenly fate race, DE, had always been mysterious. Although it was unlikely for his cultivation to reach the level of a universe master, it had to be known that the heavenly fate race had disappeared for so many years. All these years, Yi Xian's own cultivation had been exploding. Even the army under his command had been reborn. They were far from what they used to be. However, if he could do this, why couldn't DE? Was the Tianji clan destined to stay where they were? This was a very difficult race to deal with. DE was only a robot created by Xing Bo, the pioneer of human technology. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he was able to create such a shocking scene and become one of the 3 great space masters. He was the only overlord of the space. Even the entire human race couldn't compete with him alone. They had to join forces with other races in the second universe to establish the Myriad Luo Federation. Only then could they be on par with him. This showed how terrifying the Tianji clan and DE were. If DE really brought the entire Heavenly Fate clan into the Hongmeng Void, even if it was only the fragment of the untainted world outside the Hongmeng Void, given the rich resources there, DE and the Heavenly Fate clan would definitely develop at an astonishing speed. It was hard to predict what kind of level they would have reached. It's not the Tianji clan. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the moment he finished speaking, Ying Tai shook his head without hesitation. His tone was very firm. The summoning power I felt was definitely not related to the Tianji clan. Because I am no longer a member of the Tianji clan. I am no longer a member of the Tianji clan. I am from the automaton race. Automaton race? Devoure's automaton race? This answer surprised Yi Xian. All along, he had been sure that Ying Tai was from the Tianji clan. However, now that he suddenly said that he was from the automaton race, Yi Xian was a little confused. Although the Tianji clan was the same as the automaton race in that they were intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness and evolved into mechanical life forms, the Tianji clan belonged to De, and the automaton race belonged to Devourer. The two of them were fated to be mortal enemies. There was no need to say much about the precautions they took against each other. Under such circumstances, as a member of the automaton race, how could Ying Tai have infiltrated the Tianji clan? It was impossible for the emperor not to have noticed this. In the beginning, I was indeed from the Tianji clan. However, later on, in the imperial capital of the everlasting dynasty, the clan leader, who is the imperial preceptor, Devourer, had already changed my core source code. From then on, I was no longer a member of the Tianji clan. Chapter 4481. I see. After listening to Ying Tai's words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of realization appeared on his face. Since Ying Tai had said so, he naturally understood everything. Yi Xian also had an electronic doppelganger. If he was not mistaken, that electronic doppelganger should have already infiltrated the headquarters of Devaurer's machine race. Therefore, Yi Xian understood electronic life forms like the Tianji race and the machine race quite well. Although the bodies of the so-called electronic life forms were equally important, they needed to undergo modifications time and time again to make the specific form of their existence, which was the mechanical body, more and more powerful. However, to the electronic life forms, the true core of their existence was actually a string of extremely complicated data source codes. The mechanical body could be changed at any time. It could be changed time and time again to make it stronger. However, this string of extremely complicated data source codes was the root of their existence. It was just like the soul of a physical life form. As the leader of the machine race, it was naturally understandable that Devourer had this kind of ability to change Ying Tai's core source codes. After Ying Tai's core source codes had been changed, it was as if the soul of a physical life form had been changed. Naturally, she was no longer a member of the Tianji race. Instead, it was as if her soul had transformed and she had become a member of the machine race. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes flashed again. In that case, the mysterious summoning power you felt should be related to the machine race? Could it be? Devourer has already brought the machine race into this world? He entered this primordial chaos void? No. It's also not the machine race. What made Yi Xian stunned again was that this time, Ying Tai actually shook her head again. Moreover, whether it was the expression on her face or the light in her eyes, they were all incomparably resolute. There was no trace of hesitation. Clearly, she was also very sure about this. This time, Yi Xian was not happy. He felt as if he had been played. He had been so shocked that his emotions were on the rise and fall. After all this fuss, it turned out that Ying Tai was just spouting nonsense. You played me? With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. There was also a strong sense of hostility in his tone. He said unhappily, "You're not from the Tianji race or the machine race, but you insist that you felt a mysterious summoning power. Humph, you're an electronic life form." It's an electronic life form. Could it be that it has the bloodline of another race? Facing Yi Xian's doubt, Ying Tai remained calm and composed. The expression on his face remained firm as he shook his head. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "To be precise, this summoning force allowed me to feel the aura of the Creator. It should be." Yi Xian nodded and said, "To be more precise, this summoning force made me feel the aura of the Creator. It came from the master of creation. He is still alive, in this primordial chaos void. Creator? What? Yi Xian was stunned once again. He subconsciously replied, then his expression changed drastically. You mean Xingbo? This was obviously the only answer. Whether it was the Tianji race or the machine race, they were all created by the pioneers of the human race's technology. In fact, even the leaders of these two races, De and De, who stood at the peak of the electronic life form, were personally created by Xingbo. Therefore, to all the electronic life forms, Xingbo was undoubtedly a supreme existence like the creator. Whether Yu Tai was from the Tianji race or the machine race, it was meaningless to call him the creator. Moreover, as a member of the life form race created by Xingbo, it was normal for Yu Tai to feel his aura. Yi Xian had thought of all the possibilities before, but he had not thought of this. This was because, in his understanding, the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, had fallen long ago, and he had been dead for tens of thousands of years. If De had not betrayed the human race, killed Xingbo, and led the Tianji race in a rebellion, how could the current situation of the three main starry skies have developed to the way it did? Perhaps even the Myriad Net Federation would not have appeared. All of this was common knowledge in the three main starry skies of the current world. But now, Yu Tai told Yi Xian that she felt the aura of Xingbo, the creator of the electronic life form, and that there was a strong calling from the unseen world that was guiding her to pursue him. This was simply shocking. If Xingbo had not died, how could he have allowed all of this to happen? How could he have allowed De to lead the Tianji race, which was growing stronger day by day, and eventually dominate the three main starry skies of the three main starry skies? Even the entire human race was chased out of the first universe and moved to the third universe. It should be known that Xingbo was known as the technological pioneer of the human race. To the entire human race, he was like the god of technology. If he really did not die and witnessed all of this with his own eyes and did nothing about it, to the entire human race. Then, to the entire human race. That would mean. It was simply tantamount to the collapse of faith. Even if Yi Xian did not belong to this starry sky and came from somewhere else, he still could not accept this kind of thing, let alone the people of the human race who had been born and raised in the three main starry skies of the current world. After calming down with great difficulty, Yi Xian took a deep breath. When he looked at Yu Tai again, his expression was extremely solemn. Are you really sure that the unseen calling power you felt is the so-called creator star? Bo? No, I can't be sure if it's the creator himself. This is just my intuition, an extremely strong intuition. Yu Tai shook her head. But I can at least be sure that this calling power is definitely related to the creator, and definitely not from the Tianji race or the machine race. Alright, that's enough. After saying that, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. This time, I'll take you out with me. Every once in a while, I'll let you out. I hope you can find the source of this unseen calling power. Whoosh. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yu Tai's figure disappeared in an instant. She was taken into the Shenong cauldron by Yi Xian. Even though he had decided to bring this girl along, Yi Xian still couldn't let her follow him all the time. After all, Yu Tai's current cultivation was only at the conferred king realm. It was no exaggeration to say that for the current Yi Xian, her cultivation strength was really no different from a burden. After doing all of this, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately rushed out of the star core of the nest star under his feet. After arriving on the surface of the base camp, he directly rushed into the distant void, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, he was going to the most powerful forbidden area and the most powerful star domain around the Milky Way star domain. Chapter 4482. Blood Sea Forbidden Land was an intermediate supreme forbidden land. However, unlike the other intermediate forbidden lands, there was only one universe master in Blood Sea Forbidden Land, although there was a universe master guarding it. In fact, other than the Lord of the Blood Sea who guarded the forbidden land of the Blood Sea, there were no other living beings in the vast forbidden land of the Blood Sea. Perhaps there had been in the past, but now, they had all been swallowed up and turned into Blood Sea puppets of Blood Sea Master. Blood Sea Master's cultivation level was the same as Yi Xian's current pinnacle state, which was the 6th stage Universe Master. In fact, his original body was a Blood Sea. It was said that during the previous primordial era, the most powerful demon god who created the universe, Pangu, had turned into a pool of filthy blood after his body exploded. Back then, Pangu, who possessed the laws of the universe, was the most powerful being among the 5,000 demon gods during the previous primordial era. He held a gigantic axe and split open the sky and the earth. Since then, the universe had been created. However, after splitting open the sky and the earth, the universe had run out of energy. His body and primordial spirit had all collapsed, and a pool of filthy blood had sputtered out and landed in a desolate star domain in the primordial era. After countless years, this pool of filthy blood had its own meaning and slowly grew. Today, it had reached the level of a universe master and called itself Blood Sea Master. In his previous life, Blood Sea Master was only a pool of filthy blood of Pangu, the most powerful demon god in the primordial era. However, in this life, the new primordial era was about to arrive, and Blood Sea Master was unwilling to just be a pool of filthy blood in the body of a chaos demon god. Therefore, in the past countless years, he had tried to find the nest stars in the primordial era where the chaos demon god of this era was born. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. The primal chaos seeds in the nests that he found had already sprouted. As a result, these nests were all protected by an invisible force of the primordial law, just like the mother planet. It was the same as the Milky Way star field. With his cultivation, he could not break it at all. The Lord of the Blood Sea, who was disappointed that he could not obtain a single source hive star and stole the primordial destiny of this era, rushed to the Milky Way star domain in a rage. He occupied a vast primordial void in a certain area around it and called himself the Lord of the Blood Sea. That area was listed as a forbidden area in the Blood Sea. Because he had the power of a universe master, from then on, among the many forbidden lands surrounding the Milky Way star field, there was one more intermediate forbidden land. At that time, there were still a large number of ferocious beasts in the thousands of ferocious beasts in the Blood Sea Forbidden Land. However, after the Lord of the Blood Sea settled in that void and sealed it as the Blood Sea Forbidden Land, in just a short 10,000 years, the ferocious beasts and the thousands of ferocious beasts in that area all became ferocious beasts. All the space beasts were swallowed up by a sea of blood. Because of this, the power of the Lord of the Blood Sea skyrocketed from the 4th level Universe Master 10,000 years ago to the 6th level Universe Master today. However, from then on, there were no other life forms in the Blood Sea Forbidden Land. There was only a boundless blood sea that fluctuated in size and size. This boundless blood sea was the true body of the Lord of the Blood Sea. All these years, almost no life form dared to enter the Blood Sea Forbidden Land without permission. This was because all the ferocious beasts and the primordial survivors who entered were all swallowed up by the boundless blood sea and turned into the Lord of the Blood Sea to improve his power. The flesh and blood resources of power, of course, the Lord of the Blood Sea had thought of leaving the Blood Sea Forbidden Land and going to other forbidden lands in the starry sky to start swallowing and killing. However, even with his ferocious nature, he did not dare to do such a thing lightly. After all, there were many supreme forbidden lands around Milky Way star field. Although he was ferocious and powerful, he was not invincible. A few universe masters at the same level as him would be able to crush him easily. He did not dare to incur the wrath of others. The Blood Sea Forbidden Land was Yi Xian's next target. Under the state of the 9th change of Demon Ape, Yi Xian's peak power was only at the 6th level Universe Master level. However, because of the boundless power of the blood in his 60 million mile-long body, his true combat power was comparable to that of a 7th level Universe Master level. This way, Yi Xian chose the Lord of the Blood Sea, who was also at the 6th level Universe Master level, as his opponent. Once the battle started, he could ensure that he could defeat his opponent and tap into all his potential. This battle would be a hardy one. He would definitely be able to sharpen himself in the bloody battle that he was looking forward to. Besides, there was another reason why Yi Xian chose the Blood Sea Forbidden Land as his next target. Now, under the state of the 9th change of Demon Ape, his peak power was comparable to that of a 6th level Universe Master level. Because of the boundless power of the blood, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 7th-level Universe Master level. However, at the same time, his 60-million-mile-long body was too big, and it was extremely inconvenient. If he were to encounter a situation where he had to maintain his powerful cultivation level of a 6th-level Universe Master level and conceal himself, Yi Xian would have a huge headache. If he could shrink his 60-million-mile-long body under the state of the 9th change while maintaining his 6th-level Universe Master level without dropping, even if he couldn't reach a height of 30 meters, it would only reach a height of 30,000 meters. To Yi Xian, this was a huge deal. It was absolutely significant. Even if he would lose the boundless power of the blood in his boundless body, to Yi Xian, it would definitely be worth it to increase his overall combat power by 1 level. Sometimes, the difference of 1 level's combat power wasn't too important. However, whether he could maintain his state of concealment was often an extremely crucial factor and effect. After fully comprehending the essence and meaning of the 9th change of Demon Ape, Yi Xian took some time to deduce the bloodline ability of the 9th change of Demon Ape. He wanted to find a way to shrink his body size without affecting his increase in combat power. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. However, Master of the Blood Sea gave him hope. He seemed to have a similar bloodline technique. His original body was a pool of filthy blood from a chaotic demon god. It was as boundless as the sea. That was how the name of Master of the Blood Sea came about. However, according to the information that Yi Xian had obtained, Master of the Blood Sea could transform into a vast and endless sea of blood and could also transform into a single drop of blood in an instant. In an instant, it condensed into a small drop of blood. It was incomparably easy and unobstructed. Although ordinary experts of the starry sky, including humans and beasts of the starry sky, could change their sizes, they basically all had their limits. Even Yi Xian couldn't do it with a small drop of blood and an endless canopy that was like an entire vast star field. He could transform between the bloody sea as if it was a game. Chapter 4483. The forbidden land of Blood Sea was right in front of him. Even though Yi Xian was still at the edge of the forbidden land of Blood Sea, he could already feel a towering, bloody aura coming from the void space in front of him. At this moment, he had activated his Demon Ape bloodline and transformed into a raging space ape, but he hadn't activated his 9 Demon Ape transformation bloodline technique yet. He was 30 meters tall, and the aura emanating from his body was that of a 6th-level Universe Knight. Xiao. With a sway of his body, Yi Xian didn't conceal his figure at all. Even his aura wasn't concealed in the slightest as he directly charged into the Blood Sea forbidden area. In an instant, as he rushed into the forbidden land of Blood Sea, the murderous, bloody aura became even stronger. At the end of his line of sight, a boundless blood sea the size of a star field appeared in his sight. Yi Xian had only seen such a creature that was as large as a star field in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen Bao and other supreme primordial divine abilities. Even when he saw the giant void tortoise in his previous life, the giant void tortoise wasn't in its complete form. Although it was huge, it was only about 60 million miles long when Yi Xian was in his 9th transformation. It could be said that in reality, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen a single creature with such an enormous body. It was as vast as a star domain. Even Yi Xian's 60 million kilometer figure under the 9th transformation wouldn't be too eye-catching if he were to throw it into this vast sea of blood. A raging space ape? A 6th-level Universe Knight? At this moment, following Yi Xian's arrival, the originally calm sea of blood in front of him instantly became calm. Monstrous waves of blood soared into the sky, accompanied by an incomparably cold voice of divine sense that swept towards Yi Xian. How many years has it been since a life form from the outside world dared to enter the forbidden land of Blood Sea? Speaking of which, the last time I swallowed blood and flesh was almost 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that I would be able to swallow a Universe Knight level space raging ape today? This is really a pleasant surprise. These voices clearly came from the Lord of the Blood Sea. That guy had taken Yi Xian, who had intruded into the forbidden area of the Blood Sea, as his flesh and blood. If you want to devour this Star Lord, you'll have to see if you have such good teeth. Don't end up being devoured by this Star Lord instead. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. After replying with disdainful words, the next moment, a roar rang out and a huge explosion came from the galaxy-violent ape's body. In less than a breath of time, his body had completely expanded. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. Invisibly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura. In half a breath of time, the raging ape, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded to a height of 30 billion meters at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of cultivation that permeated the raging ape's body rose at the same time. From a 6th-level universe knight to a 6th-level universe lord in the blink of an eye. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 6th-level universe knight had transformed into a 6th-level universe lord. In less than half a breath of time, his power had increased by an entire realm. It was simply unbelievable and unheard of. Huh? Is this the power of the bloodline technique? Seeing this scene, in the boundless blood sea, there was another exclamation of surprise. The Lord of the Blood Sea seemed to be interested in the bloodline technique that Yi Xian had suddenly displayed, which could instantly increase his power by an entire realm. After a short moment of silence, a roar filled with unwillingness and excitement rang out from the boundless sea of blood in front of them. Roar! This is not fair. In terms of size, how can you compare to me? But why is it that after your body expanded, your cultivation strength also increased, directly rising by a large realm? As for this lord, I have such a vast sea of blood, but no matter how it changes, no matter how vast and majestic it is, my cultivation strength is still the same. This is not fair. I am formed by the filthy blood in the body of the strongest demonic godly treasure. My bloodline is extremely noble. Why can a small raging ape like you have such a miraculous bloodline technique, while I can only change my size and devour? How? But it doesn't matter. Raging ape, as long as I devour you, I'll naturally get your miraculous technique. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect to get such a good deal today. Who? Hua, la, hong. As the last voice was heard, in the boundless blood sea ahead, countless gigantic blood waves that were larger than giant stars surged into the sky. In the end, they gathered together and formed a gigantic blood palm that was like a curtain in the sky, slapping towards Yi Xian's head. The aura is indeed astonishing. It's so huge that even this Star Lord's 60 million strong body is like a small dot compared to this blood palm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the blood-colored palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a pity, although the momentum is astonishing, no matter how majestic and huge this blood palm is, the aura of its power is still in the end. It's still only a 6th-stage universe master. As such, it's destined for a tragic ending. Today, I will harvest the 3rd blood essence of Universe Master. Hong, with that last sentence, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward the sky blood palm that was crushing toward him. He raised his right arm at this moment, and with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he suddenly smashed it upwards. Hong, long, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Facing Yi Xian's punch, which was comparable to a 7th-stage universe master's, the gigantic blood palm that was as huge as the sky collapsed in an instant. Not only that, but even the entire blood sea that was connected to the wrist of the blood palm seemed to have undergone some kind of huge explosion. Countless blood-colored waves splashed in all directions. Such a majestic and endless blood sea that was like a star domain was actually shattered into pieces by the might of Yi Xian's punch. It was no longer connected. How? This is impossible. Raging ape, you actually injured me? Chapter 4484. With just one hit, Blood Sea Master's bloody sea was torn apart, and he was severely injured. His original power of a 6th-level Universe Master dropped to 4th-level Universe Master in an instant. Although the cracked body of the Sea of Blood could still be reassembled, under such circumstances, facing a terrifying violent ape with the battle prowess of the 7th level of this realm, this kind of opportunity to turn back and recover, and then reassemble the cracked body of the sea of blood into one again, it would be very difficult to do so again. Howl. Bao Yuan, you're hurting this lord. You can't escape. Do you really think I don't know where you come from? He. I pretended not to know you just now to confuse you. Soon, you will be surrounded, in the shattered blood sea. The Lord of the Blood Sea's strange laughter rang out once again. There was a strong sense of complacency in it. You're courting death. Of all the people you could have targeted, you actually chose me. My original body is an endless bloody sea, and my life force is too strong. As long as this bloody sea still exists, my consciousness will have endless energy. You can't kill me. At least, before they arrive, there is absolutely no possibility of that happening. Howl. In the end, a heaven-shaking roar sounded out. In the vast sea of blood in front of them, 5 figures slowly stood up from the monstrous waves of blood. In the end, they transformed into 5 blood-colored demons that were similar in size to the current Yi Xian. They were in 5 different directions, and there was a smaller bloody sea supporting their feet. They actually trapped Yi Xian and surrounded him in the middle. In that case, this Star Lord seems to have been targeted by someone. Yi Xian was clearly surprised by the words of the Lord of the Blood Sea, but after pondering for a moment, he immediately understood. Since the matter from before had already been exposed, it was only natural for people to be concerned about it after the news spread. After all, other than the threat he represented, Yi Xian had a bloodline secret that could immediately cause his cultivation to rise by an entire realm after using it. The technique was also very coveted. According to this speculation, he was now being targeted by quite a number of universe masters, and this group of fellows had most likely reached some kind of agreement in secret. Blood Sea Master's words proved this point. He must have used some kind of secret technique to send out the news of Yi Xian's arrival. The other universe masters would be here soon. At that time, Yi Xian would most likely encounter an unprecedented crisis if they were to be surrounded. Although he had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability, if multiple universe masters were to attack him at the same time, they might interfere with this jumping ability. This was a risk that Yi Xian could not and did not want to take. That was why he had to get rid of Blood Sea Master as soon as possible and escape before the other universe masters arrived. The Lord of the Blood Sea is only so-so. How disappointing. Since that's the case, it's time for everything to end. Boom. A disdainful and contemptuous voice came from Bao Yuan's mouth. The next moment, he rushed out with a shake of his shoulders. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the blood demonic god. Swish. At the same time, a few 9-colored flames rushed out from within Yi Xian's body. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a few multicolored endless seas of fire that surrounded the 5 blood-colored demon gods that were surrounding him. They separated. The next moment, Bao Yuan rushed toward one of the blood demonic gods and punched out. Pung! What happened next was as expected. A huge roar came from the void space. At this very moment, Blood Sea Master, who had transformed into a bloody demonic god, had dropped to the 4th stage universe master level. Facing Bao Yuan, who had the combat power of a 7th stage universe master level, he didn't even have the chance to wail in agony. His huge body exploded. In the blink of an eye, his huge and terrifying 7-colored body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! After ending all this, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and a boundless, formless force rolled out from his body and covered an area of tens of millions of miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Then it was immediately sent into Shenong Cauldron by Yi Xian to start the blood essence condensation. This was only one of the bodies of Blood Sea Master. There were still 4 more. Yi Xian did not stop. His huge body disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the 2nd blood demonic god in the blink of an eye. Similarly, he punched out a simple punch. Then he waved his hand and absorbed the blood essence of the blood demonic god that had exploded into his body. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 5 blood demonic gods with huge bodies were left. Seeing Yi Xian so fierce, the 3 blood demonic gods finally showed signs of panic and fear. Without saying a word, they turned around and tried to escape. One of the blood-colored demon gods seemed to be testing the waters as it charged directly into the 9-colored sea of fire that was trapping it behind. Ah! Screech! Almost at the same time, an incomparably mournful howl sounded. The huge body of the blood demonic god, under the burning of the 9-colored flames of Shenong, was like ice and snow that had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, it was in endless discomfort. In the shrill howl, it completely melted and disappeared. This scene was too horrifying. The other 2 blood demonic gods were so scared that they were stunned on the spot. They did not dare to move at all. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't have any intention of stopping. His terrifying figure flashed twice in a row, and in a short span of 2 breaths, he arrived at the side of the 2 blood-colored demons and blasted them apart with a single punch. Xiao. After everything was over, Yi Xian waved his hand. The 9-colored flames in the surrounding void instantly turned into a wisp of flame and rushed into his body. Following that, as he waved his hand again, the blood demonic god's sea that was torn into pieces in the void was all wrapped up by an invisible force and absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Immediately, he sent it to Shenong Cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. At this point, he finally had 3 pieces of blood essence of Universe Masters in his hands. He was already more than halfway there. He only needed 2 more pieces to ensure that he would be able to obtain a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Time is of the essence. I don't know how many Universe Masters have been summoned by Blood Sea Master, but at least there is definitely more than one. I can't take too many risks. For now, it's better to leave as soon as possible. After doing all of this, as Yi Xian softly muttered, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body. This time, the coordinate jump point he locked onto was not near the Source Nest planet's base camp. Instead, it was near the Source Nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. Chapter 4485. Not long after Yi Xian left, in less than 2 hours, 6 figures of varying sizes appeared from different directions around the Blood Sea Forbidden area. However, their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog. Dim light and shadows continuously shot over. They were 6 Universe Masters, and none of them were weak. They were all above level 5 of this realm. After rushing over, they didn't hesitate and plunged headlong into the forbidden area of Blood Sea. Among the 6 of them, there was even a terrifying being who was a Universe Master at Pinnacle Level 9, which meant that he was a great being at Half-Step Universe Supreme level. These 6 beings could be said to be extremely powerful, but they had all received a secret message from Blood Sea Master. They rushed over. They were all from intermediate and even advanced Supreme Forbidden areas in the surrounding star fields. However, at that moment, all 6 of them were shrouded in a layer of fog, so it was impossible to tell where they came from. The reason why they came together wasn't just because of Yi Xian's brutal slaughter. It had already aroused their vigilance, and it could even be said that they felt threatened. As powerful Universe Masters, if it was only because of this, they wouldn't have bothered with the business of others. Their real target was the bloodline technique of 9 transformation devil ape, which was in Yi Xian's possession. Out of greed, these 6 powerful Universe Masters rushed over as soon as they received the message from Blood Sea Master. However, they were still one step too late. After all, the distance was too far. By the time they arrived, Yi Xian had already left. At that moment, the 6 Universe Masters carried out a round of investigation, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't even find a trace of where that ferocious space raging ape had gone. Such an outcome seemed to be within their expectations. Feeling disheartened, the 6 powerful Universe Masters all sank into a short period of silence. Shortly after, a series of low and deep voices reverberated one after another. Our prey seems to be extremely cunning. I'm afraid he won't be so easy to deal with. That's right. Previously, in the forbidden area of Crystal Rainbow, because the distance was too far, and we weren't prepared beforehand, we waited for him to leave for 6 hours before we arrived. In the end, we couldn't find any trace of him, and we didn't even know where he went. It's the same this time. Today, we were prepared, and we received the message from Blood Sea Master. In less than 2 hours, we arrived, but he was already gone. When the Lord of the Blood Sea sent the message, he clearly hadn't died yet. In other words, in less than 2 hours, not only did this savage ape kill the Lord of the Blood Sea with lightning speed, he even left calmly. In such a short time, no matter how powerful his spatial secret technique is, it's impossible for him to not leave behind any traces at all. From this, it can be seen that aside from the enviable bloodline secret technique that can instantly raise one's cultivation by a whole realm, this savage ape most likely he also possesses a secret technique that allows him to travel a great distance in a short time, or even within a breath. Besides, I'm afraid he's not just a 6th level universe master. Blood Sea Master was originally a great being at 6th level universe master, and due to the uniqueness of his original body being a vast bloody ocean, his true combat power is at 6th level universe master level. His true power is comparable to that of a level 7 universe lord. Even so, he was still killed by this raging ape in a short period of time. From this, we can infer that this raging ape's true combat power is at least at the 7th level universe master level. Besides, he most likely has some kind of powerful killing technique. Luo Feng muttered. Everyone, we have to be on high alert. This is a late-stage universe lord, and he's even stronger than some of us. If we're blocked by him alone again, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the others to arrive. More importantly, after this battle, with Blood Sea Master's death, he'll definitely search the soul of the remnant soul. This way, we'll be out in the open, and he'll be on high alert. He might even know that other than Blood Sea Master, we'll be out in the open. Who else is plotting against him? I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad feeling. When the 6 universe masters that secretly remembered Yi Xian were gathered in the Blood Sea Forbidden area that was already empty, Yi Xian had already used the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title of the Devouring system in his body. In an instant, he crossed the distance of the endless void space and returned to the depths of the primordial star field, near the origin nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. Within the primordial star field, there were only 2 interstellar coordinate jump points imprinted by Yi Xian. One was in the universe void space near the origin nest base camp, and the other was near the origin nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. At that moment, with a faint flash of light, Yi Xian's body appeared instantly, but he was no longer in the 9th change of demon ape form, which was 60 million miles in size. Instead, he returned to his original size of 30 meters. Of course, his power level dropped back to that of a level 5 universe knight. After leaving the forbidden area of Blood Sea with ease, Yi Xian was completely relieved, but there was an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in his heart. At that moment, he thought of Ying Tai again, and because of that, he thought of Xing Bo, who was known as the pioneer of the human race's technology. The swallowing system in his body was created by Xing Bo. Back then, when Yi Xian was still fighting in the 3 main planes of the starry sky and his own cultivation was far from reaching his current level, Yi Xian had always been amazed and shocked by the strength of the devouring system. Even to the extent of being overwhelmed with shock. But now, as he entered the primordial star field, his power was getting stronger and stronger, and this feeling of shock didn't diminish. Instead, it was stronger than before. In this primordial star field, even a universe master couldn't directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body and instantly cross the endless void space to arrive at the location where the interstellar coordinate was imprinted. That showed how powerful the swallowing system was. Other than being powerful, what Yi Xian felt more strongly about was, in fact, its mystery. Xing Bo, who was known as the pioneer of the human race's technology, was actually able to create such a heaven-defying thing. Then, what level was his own power level? In other words, if Xing Bo was really so powerful, how could he be betrayed by DE and then killed? If everything was fake, if Ying Tai's divine instinct was right, then what was Xing Bo's purpose and intention for doing all this? Was it really like what the swallowing system said, just to select and cultivate the strongest elites of the human race? Chapter 4486. After some hesitation, Yi Xian could only sigh and shake his head. He decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to search the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master first. Shio! With a sway of his body, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian circled around the source star that nurtured his strongest clone and confirmed that everything was the same as before. There was no abnormality. After that, he heaved a sigh of relief and directly flashed forward at full speed. In just a short period of half a day, he saw an abandoned star in the void of the universe ahead. Without hesitation, he entered the core of the star and sat down cross-legged. He started the soul search immediately, and the results were out. Within the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, there was indeed everything that Yi Xian wanted. On the one hand, it was related to the universe masters from other intermediate supreme forbidden lands. They had already set their eyes on him and formed an alliance within their small circle. Blood Sea Master wasn't originally a member of this small circle, but because he was alone, he was determined by the close to 10 universe masters in the small circle to be the target of the attack of the ferocious ape. Therefore, those fellows informed the Lord of the Blood Sea of this matter, which could be considered as roping him in. They also gave him a promise that if the Lord of the Blood Sea of meritorious service in this matter, they would obtain a powerful secret technique that could raise one's cultivation base after the ferocious ape was ambushed. He would have a share. The Lord of the Blood Sea had indeed sent out the message at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yi Xian's strength and ended up being killed. After he was killed, his remnant soul was searched by Yi Xian, and all the universe masters in the small circle were completely exposed to Yi Xian. His remnant soul had detailed information about which supreme forbidden lands these universe masters came from, what their power levels were, and what the basic situation of the supreme forbidden lands were. Besides, as a powerful universe master, Blood Sea Master had a much better understanding of all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfield surrounding the two sides of Milky Way star field. Yi Xian couldn't compare to him. Now, all of this was seen through by Yi Xian. To him, this was definitely a big gain. The information he obtained was very important for his next move. In addition, through the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, Yi Xian had another great harvest. The Lord of the Blood Sea had transformed into a sea of blood, and any changes could be as small as a drop of blood when it was small, and as large as a star field when it was large. The profound mysteries of the secret technique. For all of this, the remnant souls in the sea of blood had detailed information. After Yi Xian copied it, he directly threw it to the devouring system in his body and immediately had the system use it with his own 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline secret technique. Combine and deduce. After completing all of this, Yi Xian let out a long breath and sank his mind into it. He pushed the terrifying divine sense of a universe master to the limit and cooperated with the deduction. With the help of Yi Xian's powerful spirit, it only took 2 days for everything to be completed. Yi Xian had already comprehended the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, and after combining it with Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea technique, it finally reached perfection. Yi Xian had been unhappy with the fact that he couldn't control the size of his body when he was in the bloodline technique state. But it was completely solved. He decided to try it out immediately. Shio! A faint sound of air breaking was heard. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian rushed out of the abandoned star and into the universe void space outside. At this moment, he was in the state of activating the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, but he hadn't activated it yet. His body was 30 meters tall, and his power was at the 5th level of Universe Night. 9 demon ape transformation. 9 demon ape transformation. Almost at the next moment, a roar was heard, and a huge explosion was heard from within the body of the space-raging ape. Within a breath's time, his body had completely expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was surging like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura. Within half a breath's time, the raging ape's originally 30 meters tall body had expanded to 30 billion meters tall at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles tall. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. From a 6th level universe knight previously, it had become a 6th level universe master in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, with a thought from Yi Xian, his terrifying figure, which was originally 60 million kilometers long, instantly shrank until it was about 3 meters tall. Only then did it stop. In fact, this wasn't the limit. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could even shrink to the size of a drop of blood. However, although his body had changed so much, at this moment, he was only 30 meters tall, and the aura of the space-raging ape was still that of a 6th-level universe master. It didn't fall because of the shrinking of his body. However, under the terrifying size of his 60 million miles tall body, the level 1 combat power that was boosted by the endless and majestic aura had disappeared. However, this didn't matter at all. In comparison, Yi Xian felt that the convenience brought about by his current body size was more practical and substantial. Overjoyed, he immediately changed his mind again. This time, it was to enlarge. Within a breath's time, his body had shrunk to a height of 30 meters. In an instant, he expanded at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop even when he was 60 million miles tall. It was only when he expanded to an area of several billion miles, like a small star sector, that Yi Xian changed his mind. When he changed his mind, he stopped. However, this still wasn't the limit. If he wanted to, he could continue to expand until he was comparable to a large star sector. In this way, although he couldn't compare to the size of the complete void tortoise, there wasn't much of a difference. This isn't the limit of the bloodline power that has reached the perfect state. There are other changes, as Yi Xian murmured softly, with a change of mind, his terrifying body, which had a radius of several billion miles, changed again in an instant. This time, Yi Xian changed his own form. From a terrifyingly large space-raging ape, he changed into a vast and boundless sea of blood. Immediately after, with another change of mind, this vast sea of blood, which was like a small star sector, instantly shrank at an extremely fast speed. It only stopped when it was reduced to a tiny drop of crimson blood. This was truly a myriad of changes. To Yi Xian, this was simply too significant. In the future, if it was necessary, he could change his body size at will. He could even directly evolve into a crimson sea of blood of the same size as he wanted. This was simply a great contribution to concealing his origin and background. Chapter 4487. That's not right. The Blood Sea technique obtained from the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master is not complete. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. After pondering for a while, he immediately frowned. After all, what was left behind was only a remnant soul, or perhaps, even the master of the Blood Sea himself hasn't fully comprehended the Blood Sea's secret technique. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been different. At this point, Yi Xian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and a sense of relief welled up in his heart. If there were no surprises, the truth should be the latter. In other words, the Lord of the Blood Sea himself hadn't comprehended the Blood Sea's secret technique to the extreme. During the previous battle, Blood Sea Master had been severely injured by Yi Xian, and after his power had dropped to 4th-level Universe Master, he had transformed the entire vast Blood Sea into 5 blood-red shadows. Afterward, these 5 blood-red shadows had all been destroyed by Yi Xian one by one. At that time, Yi Xian had not thought much about it, as the 5 blood-red shadows had all been trapped by his Shen Nong 9-colored flame. They had been separated from one another, so there was no way for them to form an encirclement. Under such circumstances, even if there were 50 of them, it would be meaningless, let alone 5. They would all be destroyed by Yi Xian one by one, but now that he thought about it, Yi Xian suddenly realized that the 5 blood-colored demonic shadows were all at the 4th level of the Universe Master level. In other words, this kind of Blood Sea secret technique could create an avatar, and the avatar's combat power wouldn't be weaker than his own. This was already extremely frightening. Although the number of Blood Sea bodies created by this technique could not be too many, otherwise, it would be practically invincible. For example, the Lord of the Blood Sea had only created 5 clones back then, including one of his original bodies. However, even if there were only 5 bodies, if Yi Xian had not used Shen Nong 9-colored flame to trap them separately but had gathered them together, and their power had not dropped from before, then, the situation that Yi Xian had faced at that time was that he had been besieged by 5 6th-level Universe Masters. If that had been the case, the final outcome of this battle was obvious. This was also why Yi Xian still felt a sense of lingering fear when he thought about it now. Fortunately, the Lord of the Blood Sea did not use this secret technique in the beginning. This was probably because he had underestimated his opponent. On the other hand, it was because he had not fully comprehended the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique. When he used it, there would be some problems. There would be a slight price to pay. Thus, he had not performed it at the very beginning. Instead, it was like a life-saving technique, and he had only performed it at the very last moment when he had to put his life on the line. No wonder Blood Sea Master, who is all alone and poses a certain threat, has been hibernating in the forbidden land of Blood Sea all this while. The universe masters in the surrounding forbidden lands have not attacked him. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian finally understood the reason and could not help but sigh. It seems that this level of power of the Blood Sea technique is known by all the universe masters in the surrounding forbidden lands, and they are quite fearful of it. That is why they have not attacked him. Attacked him. After saying this, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a flash of his body, he transformed into the Blood Sea again. Shortly after, from 3 different directions of this vast Blood Sea, 3 gigantic figures rose from the Blood Sea. These were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was a skeleton body without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless amount of ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely 2 rays of purple light. It was extremely eerie. These 3 demon bodies, in the complete form of the ancient demon ape, were a trinity, and their backs seemed to be glued together. However, although Yi Xian had made use of the Blood Sea technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 bodies of the Blood Sea, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. Now, he was in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demon ape. If this experiment was successful, these 3 demon ape bodies should all have the cultivation level of a 6th-level universe master. Splitting one into 3 without any change in cultivation level was akin to suddenly having 2 more copies of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight against the enemy. This way, the level of power of the Blood Sea technique was meaningful. And it was so significant that it was shocking. But now, although he had completed the process of splitting one into 3, including the original body, the cultivation level of the 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. This was meaningless. Not only was it meaningless, but it was also asking for trouble. Just as I expected, Blood Sea Master didn't deduce this level of power of the Blood Sea technique to the extreme. Even when I merged it into the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape, the fusion wasn't perfect and comprehensive. After a test, Yi Xian was finally sure of everything. As he murmured to himself, he was instantly freed from this state. The 3 demon bodies that had just been divided merged into one, and then they merged into the Blood Sea. Finally, the Blood Sea shook and disappeared, and the body of the space-raging ape appeared. It was about 3 feet tall, and the aura emanating from its body returned to that of a 6th-level universe master. Even Blood Sea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended this level of power of the Blood Sea technique, said Yi Xian. Hence, the relevant information and profound meanings obtained from his remnant soul are meaningless. I can only rely on myself to deduce it bit by bit. At this point, Yi Xian's face showed a hint of helplessness. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This isn't as simple as simply merging the profound meanings he comprehended with the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape. It requires a lot of time. And now, the devouring system in my body is still trying to deduce the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. This matter can't be delayed for too long. After all, I already have 4 drops of Universe Master Blood Essence that are used to make the level 27 treasure pill. At this point, Yi Xian sighed faintly. It seems that I can only wait for the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill to be deduced before I deal with this matter, as for now. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and an incomparably cold murderous aura burst out from his body. Even the soft mutterings in his mouth revealed an endless chill. Those universe masters still want to hunt down this star master. This is simply too much. This is unforgivable. Previously, it was fine if I didn't know, but now that I know about this matter, I even know the origins and details of all the participants. Then, it's time for this Star Lord to launch a counterattack. Chapter 4488. From the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, Luo Feng had found that there were a total of 11 universe masters who had set their eyes on the ferocious ape. They had secretly formed an alliance and had roughly discussed the distribution of benefits after the ferocious ape was captured. Of course, what they were most interested in was Bao Yuan's bloodline technique, which could forcibly increase one's level of cultivation in a short period of time. Other than that, there was also the secret behind Bao Yuan's rapid increase in power. According to the agreement of these 11 fellows, after Bao Yuan was captured, the 11 universe masters, as long as they contributed, would be able to share these secrets. And this was under the circumstance that they didn't even know that Bao Yuan had a large number of treasures, such as Shenong Cauldron. If they had known, the distribution of benefits wouldn't have been so simple. However, among these 11 universe masters, Blood Sea Master had already been annihilated, so there were only 10 left. Of these 10 universe masters, 4 were from 3 senior forbidden lands, and they had more than one universe supreme backing them up. Yi Xian didn't intend to provoke them for now. He would keep them in mind first. As for the other 6 universe masters, they were all from intermediate forbidden lands. Although they were more or less acquainted with 1 or 2 universe supreme masters, since they weren't subordinates, Yi Xian wouldn't consider them at all. He decided to take turns visiting these 6 universe masters. If he could find a chance to kill them, that would be the best, but if he couldn't kill them, he would at least go to their base camp and make a scene to express his attitude. He, Bao Yuan, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he had any ill intentions, he'd better think twice. Measure. Of course, among the 4 universe masters, the first 2 he visited were already listed by Yi Xian as targets that he had to kill. He already had 3 pieces of blood essence of universe masters. Refining a level 27 supreme treasure pill required at least 5 pieces of blood essence of universe masters, and now he only had 2 pieces left. These 2 pills could only be obtained from the first 2 targets. This was because the first target had a higher chance of successfully killing them if they were caught off guard. And later on, because there were already people in trouble, they would all be on high alert. By then, it would be impossible to successfully kill them. Yi Xian's first target was a space rat. The strength of this space rat was also extraordinary. It had already reached the 5th level of the universe master. Even the current Yi Xian, under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, had a 6th level battle prowess, in addition to Pang Da's terrifying fleshly body that was 60 million kilometers long. Plus, killing it, there was a possibility of accidents happening, and there was a possibility that it could escape in the end. Xiao. A sharp piercing sound rang out as Yi Xian's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot out like lightning. In an instant, he charged into an intermediate level forbidden area. Originally, there were 2 universe masters guarding this place, but the other one had gone out not long ago for some reason, so the only one guarding this intermediate starry sky forbidden land was that 5th tier space rat. Li. Almost as soon as Yi Xian's figure charged into the forbidden area of space, the space weasel discovered him. There was an earth-shattering roar, and then a body rushed out from a giant star of ferocious beasts. It looked like a rat and a wolf. It looked a little weird, but its body was 30 million feet long, and the power it exuded was no joke. It was definitely a level 5 universe master. Yi Xian kept his body at 30 feet tall. He activated the bloodline in his body and turned into a space-raging ape. His power was at level 6 universe master. The reason why Yi Xian didn't directly enter the 9th transformation and shrink his body to a size of around 3 meters to launch a sneak attack was because Yi Xian didn't want to easily expose this ability. Only at critical moments in the future would he be able to achieve the best effect. Right now, seeing that the main character had already appeared and was definitely the same as the Lord of the Blood Sea back then, Yi Xian didn't hold back anymore. He raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. The next moment, there was a loud roar, and there was a huge explosion in the space-raging ape's body. Within a breath, its body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying power spreading out. Within half a breath, the raging ape's body, which was originally 30 feet tall, expanded to 30 billion feet at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles long. Besides, as its body expanded, the power of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. It went from level 6 Universe Knight to level 6 Universe Master in the blink of an eye. "You're just a space rat, yet you can cultivate to such a level," said Yi Xian. "You have the power of a pinnacle middle stage Universe Master. That's rare and commendable. However, today, you can't escape death." Hong. Bao Yuan's divine sense voice came out of his mouth. In the next instant, before he finished speaking, his shoulders shook, and his figure had already rushed out. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the space weasel. Xiao. At the same time, a 9-colored flame rushed out of Yi Xian's body. The flame swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already transformed into a boundless sea of flames with 9 colors. It surrounded the space rat from all directions, and directly cut off its escape route. "Since the sea of fire has appeared, there's no more suspense about your death." As the 9-colored sea of fire formed and surrounded the space rat, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. This was a mid-stage universe lord at the 5th step. Adding on the fact that he was already well aware of Yi Xian's terrifying battle prowess, if he was on guard, even if Yi Xian could catch up to him, it would still take him a certain amount of time. The key was that he didn't have that time now. More powerful universe masters could come at any time. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible. The next moment, the raging ape rushed toward the space trapped in the sea of fire and punched. Pung! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge explosion rang out from the void. The space rat didn't even have the chance to cry out before its huge body exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, its huge and terrifying body exploded into a brilliant mist of blood and spread out. Xiao! After everything was over, the raging ape waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out of his body and covered an area of 10 million miles. Chapter 4489. For now. Yi Xian's heart was instantly filled with incomparable joy as he rushed out of the intermediate-level forbidden area guarded by the space rat. This was the blood essence of Universe Lord that could only be condensed from the flesh and blood of Universe Masters. Every single one of them was extremely precious. And now, Yi Xian had unknowingly obtained 4 of them. He was only one more away from the minimum requirement of 5 to create a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Every time he thought of this, he immediately felt a sense of relief in his heart. With Yi Xian's current level of cultivation, killing a Universe Master was a piece of cake. He didn't have to worry about level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills anymore. However, when he thought of the level 28 Almighty Pellet, a bitter smile appeared on his face again, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. Fortunately, there were only 2 types of treasure pills after the level 27 treasure pill. Level 28 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Level 29 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Maybe there was still the so-called level 30 Supreme Treasure Pill, which was for breaking through to the level of the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye. But even if he counted the level 30 Supreme Treasure Pills, there were only 3 types of Supreme Pills to be condensed after level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills. No matter how difficult it was, the end of this path of cultivation wouldn't be too far away. 4 drops of blood essence of Universe Lord now. I'm only 1 away from being able to create a level 27 Universe Lord treasure pill. It seems like it's time for me to quickly improve my level of cultivation. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, he didn't hesitate anymore. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time, he locked onto the jump coordinates near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest body. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of the violent ape appeared. After turning its head to identify the direction, it instantly turned into a flash of light and blasted toward the abandoned star where it broke through last time. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly into the core of the star, at the same time, in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where the space rat was guarding. Less than 2 hours after Yi Xian left, several figures of different sizes, but their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog, shot over one after another from different directions around the forbidden area. These few universe masters were the ones who had their eyes on Yi Xian's small circle. The few people who were rushing over were the ones who were the closest to them. The moment they arrived, the few universe masters didn't hesitate at all. They plunged headfirst into this intermediate supreme forbidden area and started a comprehensive search. As powerful universe masters, they wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. However, they had a common goal, which was to obtain the bloodline god art of 9 devil ape transformation, which was in Yi Xian's hands. Out of greed, these few powerful universe masters rushed over as soon as they received the news from the space rat. However, they were still one step too late. After all, the distance was too far. By the time they arrived, Yi Xian had already left. At this moment, after a round of investigation, they found no clues. They couldn't even find a trace of the ferocious space rat ape's whereabouts. This result made the few universe masters feel very frustrated. After a short moment of silence, a series of low godly consciousness voices were heard one after another. D***it. He actually succeeded again. This time, this violent ape didn't even search the space rat's lair, and all the treasures and cultivation resources were left untouched. From this, it seems that he's already become vigilant, and after he succeeded, he fled at the first possible moment. It seems that he already knows about the existence of our little circle. D***it. It must be Blood Ocean Master who leaked the news. That D***mn idiot. We shouldn't have pulled him into our group. What should we do now? The ferocious ape is already on guard. If we want to scheme against him again, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Don't be discouraged. He will definitely strike again. No matter what the ferocious ape's motive is, before this, whether it is undying emperors or universe knights, he has already killed more than 10 universe knights. And now, he has only killed 4 universe masters. We still have at least 6 more chances. At the same time, in the core of the abandoned star where Yi Xian was cultivating in seclusion. Xiao! 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 Along with the sound of air breaking, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were all the training resources that Yi Xian had taken out from the undying world within his body, including the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other training resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items, and they emitted a powerful aura that dazzled people. After doing all this, he activated the domain power of the Shen Nong cauldron and compressed all the training resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. A new round of breakthroughs began at this moment. Hua la la. In the next instant, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was only one shackle in his body, which was to be expected. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed within his body and began to circulate great circulatory cycles in all the meridians within his body, accumulating energy. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. When all the energy had been refined, it only took one hit for the shackles that had appeared within his body to break apart. As the shackles completely broke apart, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, level 6 Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the fleshly body. Current level, level 6 Universe Knight. Level 6 Universe Knight. This breakthrough had undoubtedly increased Yi Xian's combat power by a large margin. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's strength had been at level 5 Universe Knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach level 6 Universe Knight. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape again and reached level 9, his combat power would immediately soar to level 6 Universe Knight. But now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. This was already the late stage of this realm, and if he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demonic ape again, he would directly enter level 7 Universe Knight. His pinnacle battle power would reach the level of a 7th-stage Universe Master, which was also the level of the late-stage Universe Master. If he were to include the terrifying power of blood essence within his body, which was 60 million miles long, he would reach the level of an 8th-stage Universe Master. It could be said that the peak combat power that Yi Xian could achieve now was enough to ensure that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with a level 9 Universe Knight who was a half-step Supreme Knight. Although it was highly likely that he would not be able to defeat his opponent, at least he would have nothing to fear. Chapter 4490. After a long time, he calmed down and stood up. He stepped out of the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then, he waved his hand and put the cauldron into his body. I'm already at the 7th level of the Aeon Lord realm, and my battle prowess is comparable to that of an 8th level Aeon Lord. Now, it's time for me to obtain the last drop of Aeon Lord blood essence needed to refine a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he didn't hesitate anymore. After he rushed out of the core of the abandoned star, he immediately accelerated. He rushed toward the supreme forbidden area surrounding the Milky Way star field in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of changing places after every shot. To Yi Xian, the next target was of utmost importance. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. If he could successfully kill the next target, then he would have 5 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. That way, he would meet the minimum requirement of Eternity Lord blood essence needed to make a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. At the same time, this hunt, compared to the previous ones, was likely to have the most variables. Previously, when he was hunting Blood Ocean Master, the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle who had their eyes on Yi Xian weren't sure if Yi Xian already knew about their existence. At most, they were just suspicious. But this time, after Yi Xian successfully killed the Space Weasel, the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle would definitely be sure that Yi Xian knew about their existence. Under such circumstances, they would definitely be more vigilant, and the next hunt would be more difficult than the previous one. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no choice. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. With 1 more, he would be considered to have completed his initial goal. Only then could he calm down and lie low for a while to find a place to deduce the perfect formula for a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. No matter what, this hunt must succeed. Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists. He maintained the activation of the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall Starry Sky Berserk Ape. He shot towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. This time, his target was a Space Bug Tribe member. Of the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle that had already targeted Yi Xian, there was only one from the Space Bug race. As Yi Xian fought more and more with this small circle, this Eternity Lord insectoid made Yi Xian feel more and more uneasy. The Space Bug race was very special. Basically, all of them had unique biological frequencies. When Yi Xian was in the state of activating the perfect oscillation secret technique, ordinary human experts and space beasts would have a hard time discovering his existence. However, the space insectoids, whose cultivation was on par with Yi Xian, were not included in this list. It could be said that if Yi Xian had not directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body after killing the Lord of the Blood Sea and the Space Weasel, he would have left without leaving a trace. Then, with the existence of this Eternity Lord insectoid, it was very likely that they would be able to find some clues after a careful search and pursuit. From there, they would be able to locate Yi Xian's whereabouts. In fact, in addition to the unique biological frequencies with different powers that were all extremely strange and could be said to be impossible to guard against, the space bug race also had different bloodlines, which gave them all kinds of special bloodline abilities and abilities. If in the midst of a battle, the moment these mysterious abilities were suddenly activated, the threat that they would pose to Yi Xian was absolutely not to be underestimated. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian had decided to target this Eternity Lord insectoid. According to the information obtained from the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, the power of this space bug race was at the 6th level Universe Master level, which was the same as the space weasel that Yi Xian had previously killed. However, even though they had yet to meet face to face, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared. He had long since realized that this 6th level Eternity Lord insectoid would not be as easy to deal with as the space weasel. Unfortunately, other than this 6th level insectoid, the other 8 universe masters in this small circle were all beings at the 7th level or above. Even with Yi Xian's current power, it would be slightly difficult for him to hunt them down. At least, it would not be easier than killing this 6th level insectoid. Therefore, he had no choice but to set his eyes on this 6th level insectoid. The only thing that comforted Yi Xian was that in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th level insectoid resided, he was also the only universe master. However, there were quite a number of universe knights below the level of universe master, a total of 8 of them. In fact, even now, universe knights were still the targets of Yi Xian's hunting because the blood essence of universe knights could be used to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill. Although Yi Xian still had 12 Eternity Lord treasure pills in his possession, which was enough for the time being, but this was a top-grade Universe Master level treasure pill. Who would complain about having too many top-grade treasure pills? Besides, other than using them to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill, Yi Xian could also use the blood essence of Universe Knights as top-grade cultivation resources. After swallowing them, they could be used to achieve breakthroughs in one's cultivation level. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, he would still hunt down Universe Knights without hesitation if he encountered one. However, in fact, in the previous 2 hunts, although he had obtained 2 Eternity Lord blood essences, he had not obtained any Universe Knight blood essences. There were no Universe Knights on Blood Sea Master's side at all. The entire forbidden area of Blood Sea was empty, and he was the only one who was alone. As for the supreme forbidden area where the space weasel resided, although there were 4 universe knights, there was simply no time for Yi Xian to make a move on this universe knight, so he could only wring his hands and give up. This time, his target was the same. Although there were as many as 8 universe knights in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided, to Yi Xian, they were completely meaningless. His only goal was to successfully kill this 6th grade bug clan member, then take advantage of the fact that the other 8 universe lords in the small circle had yet to arrive to quickly escape as far as he could. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided was located in the far right side of the border area of Milky Way star field. Currently, Yi Xian had yet to enter the state of the 9th transformation, so his speed was not at its peak, and it took him half a month to arrive. This was what it should be. The reason for this was that Yi Xian did it on purpose. After all, the longer he delayed, the lower the possibility of encountering variables. Xiao. Chapter 4491. Xiao. Not long after, a 6th level Undying level beast rushed out of the forbidden land in front of him. It transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the left. Almost as soon as his figure appeared, Yi Xian had already set his eyes on this forbidden area's fierce beast. However, he didn't immediately make a move and continued to lie dormant. After all, it was only an ordinary Undying level beast. With Yi Xian's speed, he could easily catch up with it even if he ran for another 10 days or half a month. After half a day, there was no longer any movement at the edge of the forbidden area. Only then did Yi Xian relax. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed as he chased after the fierce beast from the forbidden area. In less than half an incense stick of time, at the end of the void in front of him, the figure of the fierce beast of the forbidden area appeared. As if sensing something, he subconsciously turned his head to look. When the figure of the starry sky ferocious ape entered its line of sight and concealed a powerful aura that was thick and boundless like the sky, the expression of the ferocious beast in the forbidden grounds changed greatly. It raised its head and roared before turning around and fleeing towards the right. Its speed was much faster than before. It had improved tremendously. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his cultivation base, no matter how much his speed increased, it was completely meaningless to Yi Xian. Even if the cultivation base he displayed right now was only at the 6th level of the universe sovereign realm. Hong! With just one punch, the ferocious beast of the forbidden land turned into a cloud of blood mist and dispersed. This was only an ordinary undying level beast. At Yi Xian's current level, he couldn't even be bothered to collect the blood and flesh of the undying level beast. Xiao! With a thought, an invisible force shot out and pulled out a wisp of soul from the blood and flesh of the undying level beast. He immediately started to search the soul. The final result made Yi Xian feel completely relieved. The space bug with the power of a 6th level universe master was indeed in the forbidden land in front of him. Besides, the other 8 universe night level beasts in the forbidden land were also there. However, other than that, there were no other abnormalities in the forbidden land. Of course, there could be abnormalities or even ambushes. However, the level of this forbidden land beast was too low, so it wasn't qualified to know. After all, Yi Xian's target was the master of the universe, the strongest person in this forbidden area. As for the beast that he had searched the soul of, it was only an ordinary undying beast. The difference in level between the two was too great. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. Hesitation was not his style. After pondering for a while, he quickly turned around, transformed into a ray of light, and shot towards the direction he came from. After about half an incense stick of time, the edge of the intermediate supreme forbidden area once again appeared in front of him. Yi Xian dove in, howl. 9 changes of demon ape. 9th change. As soon as he charged into this forbidden area, Yi Xian directly shot towards the right. At the same time, a roar came from his mouth, and a huge explosion sounded out from the starry sky berserk ape's body. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, grew in size in less than a breath's time. His speed was swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end while the energy within his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity while an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura effused out from within him. At the same time, the aura of cultivation exuded from the body of Raging Ape soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape had soared from a level 7 Universe Knight to a level 7 Universe Master. 7th level Universe Master. This was a late-stage Universe Master. In the blink of an eye, as the terrifying pressure of a late Eternity Lord spread out and enveloped the entire vast forbidden area, countless cries rang out from the various great beast stars in the distance, as if responding to the pressure. Almost subconsciously, all the beasts in the forbidden land crouched on the ground, not daring to move at all. Even the 8 Universe Night level ferocious beasts had retreated to the depths of their caves and lairs, trembling in fear. In front of a powerful late-stage Eternity Lord, they didn't even dare to think about fleeing. Not to mention, in this intermediate supreme forbidden area, there was a powerful space bug of the same level that had also reached the 6th level of the Eternal Lord realm. From a certain point of view, if a battle were to break out, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end. At this moment, as his body grew and his cultivation soared, Yi Xian's speed increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the hibernating 6th level bug. He originally didn't know where the hibernating 6th level bug was, and this space bug was very good at hiding its aura. It wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's perfect oscillation spiritual power technique. Even if he used his divine sense to search, he might not find anything. However, killing the immortal stage ferocious beast solved this problem, allowing Yi Xian to know the location of his target's lair before he even entered this intermediate level forbidden area. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Yi Xian didn't find it troublesome and killed an undying level beast to search its soul. Come out. You can't hide. Hong. Following the arrival of the violent ape, Yi Xian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the violent ape's shoulders shook and its body instantly charged out. Its speed was so fast that it caused one's hair to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the star. Xiao! The next moment, a 9-colored flame rushed out of Bao Yuan's body. The flame expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an endless 9-colored sea of fire. It enveloped the gigantic star in front of it and cut off the escape route of that bug. The next moment, Bao Yuan rushed toward the star trapped in the sea of fire and punched. There was no suspense in what happened next. Bam! A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void, and the entire huge star exploded in an instant. Amidst the shattered star fragments that filled the sky, one could clearly see a black bug with a gigantic body. Under Yi Xian's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Xiao! Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart relaxed, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up. After being absorbed into his body, Yi Xian immediately sent it into the Shen cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. No! It disappeared again. However, in the next moment, Bao Yuan's expression changed drastically, and Yi Xian's cry of alarm subconsciously came out. The boundless qi and blood that he had just sent into his body had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 4492. Along with Yi Xian's subconscious exclamation, the surrounding void space in the distance seemed to respond instantly. A few voices were transmitted, and all of them were filled with ridicule and mockery. There was also obvious smugness. Who would have thought that you would be fooled by a mere perfect illusion? Looks like you're just a so-so after all, violent ape. That's right. Fellow Daoist He Zun's perfect illusion technique is indeed very strange. Even with this violent ape's 7th order universe lord level cultivation, he didn't see anything wrong with it from beginning to end. He even took the majestic blood mist that appeared after the perfect illusion exploded for real and absorbed it into his body with a wave of his hand. Only when the illusion disappeared did he realize it. Fellow Daoist He Zun contributed greatly in this battle. Furthermore, he lost a star nest and will have to use the most powerful sealing technique to seal this star field for us. I suggest that after killing this violent ape, we'll have fellow Daoist He Zun's share of the spoils. Fellow Daoist He Zun will be the first to choose. That's right. Fellow Daoist He Zun, you should be satisfied with this, right? Next, I'll have to rely on you. Otherwise, with the mysterious ability of this violent ape, he might be able to escape without anyone noticing this time. No need to hesitate. Use the sealing technique immediately. As these voices were transmitted, 8 balls of dazzling light of different colors shot over from different directions. Each of the balls of light was at least 30 million feet tall, and the auras emanating from them were all universe masters. They weren't at the early or middle stage of this realm, but at the late stage. This meant that the beings hibernating in these 8 balls of dazzling light were at least 7th order universe masters. In fact, the strongest 2 fellows were even at the 9th order consummate level of universe masters. In the blink of an eye, 8 universe masters who weren't any weaker than himself had arrived, and 2 of them were half supreme masters. Yi Xian was instantly in a desperate situation. What made him feel even more uneasy was the words they spoke. There was no doubt that the so-called Bug Clan's Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown up yet, seemed to have some kind of extremely powerful seal besides the perfect illusion technique that had bewitched Yi Xian and fooled him. Forbidden divine ability. At this moment, with the arrival of these 8 universe masters, the vast void space within a radius of 10 billion miles had become extremely heavy under the pressure of multiple universe masters. Even though Yi Xian had activated the interstellar coordinate jump that was attached to the system within his body, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Although he could still activate it smoothly and use it to leave, the activation time had been unknowingly extended by several times. According to his estimation, it would take at least 10 breaths to activate it and successfully leave. 10 breaths of time was enough for these 8 powerful eternity lord-rank existences to do many things. Therefore, out of caution, Yi Xian gave up on this strategy. The facts proved that he was right. Buzz, this was because almost the instant he gave up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. Immediately after, this universe with a radius of 10 billion kilometers was enveloped by an extremely strange and mysterious power. This was a biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan, but Yi Xian had never encountered it before. Judging from its power and effect, this biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan actually contained a trace of the aura of the primordial chaos space law. If this was really the case, even if Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave this place. This interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed very powerful, but the primordial chaos space law was also not to be underestimated. Those nest stars that were nurturing chaos demon gods, including the entire vast Milky Way star field, were protected by a mysterious primordial chaos space law power. It was protected by the primordial chaos space law. A part of it was the primordial chaos space law. It could be said that even if this mysterious biological wave frequency of the space bug clan known as Black Sovereign only contained a trace of the primordial chaos space law power and only touched on the surface, it would definitely be able to affect Yi Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability. It could cause a great impact. When this mysterious biological wave frequency of the bug clan enveloped this void space, it was very likely that Yi Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability would no longer be able to be successfully activated. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and instantly absorbed the 9-colored sea of flames that enveloped the entire shattered star into his body. At the same time, as he waved his hand, another 9-colored light shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a terrifying cauldron that was even larger than a star in the blink of an eye. It was the Shenong Cauldron. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. At this moment, his body was originally 60 million kilometers long, a size larger than the Shenong Cauldron. However, as his figure shot forward, he quietly activated the power in his body and used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique that had fused with the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Small size. However, in order to not expose the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian didn't shrink his body to the smallest possible limit. The change wasn't even obvious. It had merely shrunk from its original size of 60 million kilometers to around 10 million kilometers. Although it was still a few times thinner, it was still at least 10 million kilometers in size. It shouldn't be enough to make the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding it think too much. At this moment, following the appearance of the Shenong Cauldron, Yi Xian's figure blurred and rushed into the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Under the supreme power of the treasured cauldron, he was protected. Within the 8 huge balls of light that were shooting over from all directions, a wave of gasps and cries of shock could be heard. What? This is such a familiar giant cauldron. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Hiss. The Shenong Cauldron. It's actually the Shenong Cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the desolate era. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of this violent ape of unknown origin. It's definitely the Shenong Cauldron. Do you see that? The 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron is the biggest symbol of this cauldron. Not good, this violent ape clearly summoned a 9-colored majestic sea of flames before he smashed Senior Hei's star nest with a punch. However, it was later absorbed into his body. Could it be the Shenong 9-colored flame? How is this possible? Legend has it that the Shenong exotic flame in the Shenong Cauldron is the #1 flame in the desolate era. However, this flame has 9 layers of power. It can evolve by itself, but it needs to devour other top-grade exotic flames. 1-colored flames are the weakest, while 9-colored flames are the strongest. Just now, this violent ape summoned an incomparably majestic 9-colored sea of flames with a wave of his hand. This means that the Shenong exotic flame in the Shenong Cauldron in his hand has grown to its peak. Its state. Chapter 4493. Hong. Long. Long. A deafening roar resounded in the void space, followed by cries of surprise. The 8 balls of light, each with a diameter of 30 million feet, approached in the blink of an eye, stopping in the void space of the universe 300 to 400 million miles away from Farmer God Cauldron. They surrounded the cauldron and Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Within each of the 8 balls of dazzling light, there was a universe master hibernating within each of them. Each of them had the power of a universe master at the late stage of this realm. At this moment, they were hovering in all directions, sealing off all paths of escape for the cauldron. In addition, the secret method of the Zerg clan, which was still hidden in the dark and whose location was unknown, was activated by the Zerg clan's secret method. This universe void with a radius of 10 billion miles was almost completely sealed off. Regardless of whether Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body or activated the Farmer God Cauldron, which gave him protection, using this most direct method to cross the void space, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape easily in a short period of time. He left quickly. Without a doubt, this place was bound to experience a fierce battle in the following period of time. Although Yi Xian had the protection of the cauldron, it was only temporary. However, he didn't have much time. If these 8 powerful late-stage universe masters were certain that they couldn't do anything to him, they would most likely ask for help from a terrifying being at the level of a universe supreme. If that was the case, Yi Xian's situation would be even worse, and his chances of successfully escaping would become slimmer and slimmer. Hence, he had to think of a way to escape from their encirclement before these 8 late-stage universe masters decided to ask for help from a universe supreme and share the majority of the benefits. He could forget about the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time, he had lost the initiative, so such a powerful secret technique had temporarily lost its place to be used. His only way out was to activate the Farmer God Cauldron beneath him. Under the protection of the cauldron's power, he would use the 9-colored sea of fire to open a path and force his way out. However, the biggest drawback of this most direct method of traversing space was that its speed wasn't satisfactory. At the very least, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to shake off the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords whose cultivation bases weren't any lower than his. As such, even if these 8 late-stage Eternity Lords feared the terrifying might of the 9-colored sea of flames and could only chase after him and wait for an opportunity to attack, he still had the Farmer God Cauldron and the 8 enormous balls of light behind him. It was too eye-catching. If he ran a little further away, the effect of the commotion would be immeasurable. Then, it was very likely that a universe supreme would be attracted in a short time. The only way was to first kill 3 or 4 of the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords before fleeing. That way, Yi Xian's chances of successfully escaping would be even greater. In the end, I'm still too weak. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. In order to kill 3 or 4 late-stage Eternity Lords that aren't any weaker than me, besides relying on the terrifying might of the Shinong 9-colored flames, I still haven't completely deduced the secrets of the Blood Sea clone. The technique also needs to be fully completed. At this point, he didn't hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth, he gave the devouring system within his body in order to temporarily postpone the derivation of the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. At the same time, he gave another order, which was to draw out all the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body to fully deduce the incomplete body technique of the Blood Sea clone that had been integrated into the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique. After these 2 commands were given, the devouring system in his body quickly responded and made corresponding adjustments. All of the system's calculation and deduction abilities were used to deduce the Blood Sea clone's secret technique. Yi Xian didn't stay idle either. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, he closed his eyes. At the same time, he fully activated his powerful godly consciousness of a 7th-stage universe master to the maximum. Coupled with the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body, he started to fully deduce the perfect mysteries of the Blood Sea clone technique. At the same time, within the 8 balls of resplendent light that were suspended around the Farmer God Cauldron 300 to 400 million miles away, the voices of the 8 late-stage universe masters once again resounded. Look, that violent ape is actually sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, and he's even closing his eyes. Is he going to shut himself away and train? Isn't it too late to make a last-minute effort? At this time, who would still have the mood to shut himself away and train? Besides, even if he were to break through a small level in a short period of time, facing 9 powerful late-stage universe masters who aren't any weaker than him, what's the point of that? That's right. From what I see, this violent ape must be using some other tricks. Fellow friends, be careful. The enemy is cunning and not easy to deal with. Don't fall into his trap again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a move now. While he's tied up and can't activate the 9-colored flame within the farmer god cauldron to defend against the enemy, we can totally give it a try and see if we can break through the protective power of this cauldron. Farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the era of the prehistoric era. It's really well known. Today, we can finally test its power. Howl. The last sentence came from the blood-colored ball of light that was guarding 300 to 400 million miles to the north of the farmer god cauldron. As this sentence was said, an earth-shattering roar came from within the blood-colored ball of light, causing the universe void within 10 billion miles to tremble slightly. At this moment, the other 7 resplendent light clusters became silent. Even the low buzzing sound of the bloodline's secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid known as Sovereign Hay seemed to have paused for a moment. It was clear that the beings hibernating in the 7 brilliant orbs, as well as the mysterious rank 6 insectoid, were all focused on the blood-red orb. He wanted to see if the existence hibernating in this light ball could break through the power of the farmer god cauldron's domain with a full-force attack. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble resounded as a gigantic fist shadow with a diameter of more than 10 million miles charged out from the blood-colored ball of light in the void 3 to 400 million miles to the north of Shen Cauldron. At this moment, the terrifying aura of an 8th-stage universe master spread out and enveloped the entire expanse of the middle-grade starry sky forbidden area. Moreover, this 8th-stage universe master's terrifying aura had clearly been pushed to the limit, and it exuded an endless amount of power. It was filled with murderous intent. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 4494. Pung. Hong. Long. Long. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, followed closely by the rumbling sound of aftershocks that sounded like a thunderclap. The giant fist that had rushed out of the blood-colored light finally arrived before the farmer god cauldron. With one punch, it slammed into the outer wall of the cauldron. Unfortunately, although the commotion was not small, it could even be said to be shocking. Within billions of miles of the surrounding void, countless ferocious beasts of the forbidden grounds with weaker cultivation bases exploded just because of the impact of the aftershock of the sound wave. They all died. However, the farmer god cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic star, didn't even shake. It wasn't shaken at all. When this scene fell into the eyes of the universe masters hibernating in the other 7 light balls, the scene instantly fell into a deathly stillness. Somewhere in the distance, a faint sigh could be heard. This should be the reaction of the 6th-stage bug known as Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown himself and had been hibernating in the dark all this time. However, was this sigh because the 8th-stage Aeon Lord in the blood-colored light ball hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron at all despite his full strength? Or was it because a large number of ferocious beasts in the surrounding several billion miles of ferocious beast stars had been caught in the crossfire and exploded one after another? That was unknown. Perhaps it was a combination of both. This scene was simply too unexpected. Even a late-stage Aeon Lord couldn't help but feel disheartened. Although they had long expected that the farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, wouldn't be so easily blasted away by an 8th-stage Aeon Lord, they still hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron. There wasn't a single mark left on the cauldron's wall. Wasn't this a little too disrespectful? A dignified 8th-stage Aeon Lord, yet this was the result of his full-strength attack. How could they accept this? Roar. I don't believe it. It's just a broken cauldron. Even if it's a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, it shouldn't have not shaken at all under my full-strength attack. This is absolutely impossible. The 8th-stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball had clearly been greatly agitated. The deathly stillness in the surrounding void continued. His furious roar immediately came from the blood-colored light ball. From his tone, he seemed to be extremely unconvinced. In fact, this was indeed the case. His full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. This kind of embarrassing matter made the 8th stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball feel greatly embarrassed. He decided to attack again. This time, it wasn't the cauldron energy attack from afar. If this didn't have any effect, then it was simply heaven-defying. Fellow Taoists, protect the surroundings thoroughly. Don't let this ferocious ape find a loophole and take the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Within the blood-red light, the voice of the 8th step Aeon Lord rang out once more, emitting a thick and fierce aura. This was clearly the sign of anger in his heart being provoked by the previous attack. I want to personally make a move and use my full strength at close range. Even if I still can't break through the power of this cauldron's domain, at least I can roughly test its true power. These last words had clearly convinced the other 7 late-stage Eternity Lords, and they all chose to remain silent. This was their tacit agreement with the 8th stage Eternity Lord lying dormant within the blood-colored light to test the waters. Walala. Whoosh. In the next instant, the sound of water splashing filled the air. The blood-colored light ball guarding the north side of the farmer god cauldron scattered in an instant. In less than an instant, the blazing blood-colored light shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, entering the body of a blood-colored vicious beast. This vicious beast was 100 million meters long. Its whole body was blood-colored, and its blood-colored eyes were bulging. It exuded a boundless aura of violence. This was clearly a blood-eyed vicious bear. Among all the vicious beasts in space, it belonged to the category of vicious beasts known for its physical strength. It was no wonder he was so upset that his full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. To the blood-eyed vicious bear clan, which was known for its physical strength, such a result was simply a slap in the face. It hurt their pride and dignity too much. Similarly, the 7 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the other 7 balls of light had tacitly agreed with this blood-eyed vicious bear's intention to attack and test the farmer god cauldron's true strength at close range. Clearly, it was also because they believed in his powerful bloodline power. Launching an energy attack from a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers away and personally attacking with one's physical body at close range. These were 2 completely different concepts. Although this blood-eyed vicious bear had launched a punch from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, it hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the end. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything to the cauldron at close range with his physical body and bloodline power. Of the 8 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the 8 balls of light, this blood-eyed vicious bear's cultivation wasn't the highest. There were still 2 peak-stage Aeon Lords present. However, in terms of physical strength and bloodline power, this blood-eyed vicious bear was the only one who could erupt with such strength in an instant. If even he couldn't shake the cauldron under such circumstances, then there was basically no need for the other 7 late-stage Aeon Lords to try. They had to come up with another plan. Roar. Vicious ape, you better pray that this broken cauldron is sturdy enough. Otherwise, once this sovereign breaks through its domain, I'll definitely tear you apart. Roar. At this moment, after rushing out of the blood-red light cluster and absorbing all the energy of the light cluster into its body, this blood-eyed violent bear that was originally 100 million feet in size suddenly grew several times in an instant after raising its head and letting out a roar. In the blink of an eye, his size had attained an enormous height of 500 million meters. Even though it was still far from being able to compare to the terrifying size of the starry sky ferocious ape that was 60 million kilometers in size, merely this alone allowed one to deduce that he had definitely activated the bloodline energy of the Blood-Eye ferocious bear clan. Under the full activation of his bloodline power, his physical body had expanded by 5 times, and the increase in strength was definitely even more terrifying. At this moment, the blood-eyed vicious bear roared again. His huge physical body was like a meteor that streaked across the void at extreme speed. With an incomparably violent aura, he crashed toward the farmer god cauldron that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Vicious Ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a nine-colored sea of fire rose into the sky from the inside of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped the figure of the violent ape at the entrance of the cauldron and appeared outside the cauldron. Chapter 4495. Just as Blood-Eye Raging Ape was about to hit the outer wall of Shinnon Cauldron, Raging Ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, opened his eyes. His figure flashed and he had already rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron. A voice came out of his mouth, "You delivered yourself to me. So, don't blame this Star Master for not being polite." In the next moment, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, a nine-colored sea of fire spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Then, three huge figures rose from the nine-colored sea of fire at the same time. These three enormous figures were all bodies of Yi Xian. To be more precise, they were Blood Sea bodies formed by the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master. These were the three demon bodies of ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was Space Raging Ape. The other was a body of bones without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, and it gave off a ferocious aura. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its eyes were only two rays of purple light. It was very strange. These three demon bodies, in the complete form of ancient demon ape, were a trinity. Their backs seemed to be glued together. However, although Yi Xian had borrowed the Blood Sea secret technique to split the three great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into three Blood Sea clones. Previously, after Yi Xian had obtained the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master, he had tried to integrate it into the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape. In the end, he had succeeded. When Yi Xian performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape, he could change his size at will. It didn't affect his cultivation power. However, although he was able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars with this secret technique, he was still able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars. However, at that time, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to the level of a 3rd-stage Universe Master. At that time, he was in the 9th form of 9 changes of Devil Ape. If that experiment had been successful, these 3 demon ape bodies would have all become 6th-stage Universe Masters. 1 into 3, but the cultivation power didn't change. It was as if there were suddenly 2 more of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight the enemy. This way, the power of the Blood Sea secret technique was meaningful. However, if one's cultivation level dropped, the power of this secret technique would completely lose its meaning. At that time, Yi Xian didn't have the time to continue deducing. On one hand, it was because he wanted to continue the hunt, and on the other hand, it was because of the devouring system in his body. All of his calculation and deduction abilities were fully focused on deducing a level 27 supreme treasure. The perfect elixir formula. This matter, at that time, it had been put on hold. Right now, Yi Xian was in danger and could only rely on the power of the Shinnon Cauldron to protect himself. He was surrounded by 8 terrifying late-stage Universe Masters, and in the distant unknown, there was even an even more troublesome 6th-order Bug Clan Black Venerable hibernating. Wait. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for him to escape with his life was to kill at least 3 or 4 of these 8 Universe Masters who were surrounding him. Although his cultivation level had already reached the 7th-stage Universe Master level, none of these 8 powerful Universe Masters were weak. Even the weakest one had the cultivation level of a 6th-stage Universe Master. In this way, if he wanted to kill his opponent in an instant without putting himself in danger, the only way was to successfully deduce the power of this clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. In order to deal with such a situation, Yi Xian had no choice but to order the devouring system in his body to temporarily stop deducing the formula of the 27th level supreme treasure. Instead, it was to use all its deduction and deduction abilities on the power of the Blood Sea secret technique body. Come. With the cooperation of Yi Xian's powerful Universe Master Spirit, all of this was finally completed at the most critical moment. At this moment, as the huge body of the blood-eyed berserk ape rumbled over like an extremely fast meteor, the berserk ape that was originally sitting upright at the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog instantly disappeared. A 9-colored, endless sea of fire whizzed out and appeared outside Shen Nong Cauldron with the raging ape. The next moment, before the other 7 universe masters hundreds of millions of miles away could react, this boundless, endless 9-colored sea of fire had surrounded the blood-eye raging bear, who was charging over with a rumbling sound. As the 3 blood sea bodies appeared, all of them were at 7th stage universe master level. In an instant, the blood-eye raging bear came to an abrupt halt. This is impossible. Even if it's a body technique, it's impossible not to drop in level. Feeling the powerful aura of the 3 raging apes surrounding him, the blood-eye raging bear's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock. Although the 3 raging apes were only at 7th stage universe master level, the boundless energy and blood he felt was too terrifying. With the support of the energy and blood, the 3 raging apes' true combat power was already comparable to that of a 7th stage universe master level. Their combat power was comparable to that of an 8th stage universe master level. In other words, the current him was fighting 1 against 3, and all of them weren't weaker than him. This was definitely going to cost him his life. You don't have a chance anymore. Die. Following the arrival of the violent ape, Yi Xian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the 3 violent apes shook their shoulders and rushed out. Their speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. Xiao. The next moment, the 3 raging apes attacked at the same time with a punch. There was no suspense about what happened next. Peng. Along with this punch, 3 boundless energy storms rushed out in a triangular shape, forming a pincer attack. A huge roar resounded from the void space, and the huge body of the blood-eye raging bear exploded in an instant. It completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Xiao. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He no longer hesitated. One of the berserk apes immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably boundless and formless energy swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into its body. Immediately, it was sent into the Shen Nong Cauldron by Yi Xian to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the 3 raging apes didn't stay any longer. Their bodies merged into one in an instant, and then they sank into the sea of fire beneath their feet and disappeared. Xiao. A weak sound broke through the air, and the boundless sea of fire that was hundreds of millions of miles away condensed into a weak 9-colored flame seedling in half a breath's time. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into the mouth of the Shen Nong Cauldron. The 9-colored flame seedling disappeared, and the raging ape's body appeared again at this moment, still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen Nong Cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. Chapter 4496. In an instant, as they made their moves, the 3 raging apes, all of whom were level 7 universe masters, attacked at the same time. However, due to their huge sizes and the support of their physical bodies and blood energy, their true battle power was comparable to that of level 8 universe masters. Even though Blood-Eye Raging Ape was at this level, he had no chance to resist at all. In an instant, his physical body exploded with a loud bang, becoming a cloud of bloody mist. One of the raging apes waved his hand and absorbed it into his body, sending it into the internal space of Shen Nong Cauldron. The central region volcano started to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yi Xian finally had 5 blood essences of universe masters, which was the minimum requirement to make a level 27 supreme treasure pill. At this moment, Yi Xian felt relieved. However, the situation before him still wasn't the time to try to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to shake off the 8 universe masters chasing after him. He would still end up in a tragic situation. If he wanted to escape, the most suitable opportunity had yet to arrive. At the very least, he still had to kill 3 more powerful enemies. However, he couldn't use the same method as before. The fall of the Blood-Eye Raging Bear was a warning, and the other 7 late-stage universe masters wouldn't be fooled so easily and charge forward alone. As for the 6th-level bug, who was hiding in the void space in the distance and had used a secret technique to seal this vast void space, it wouldn't show up easily. However, there would always be an opportunity, which was why Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the Shen cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and waited quietly for the right time to come. At the same time, the 7 other late-stage eternity lords surrounding the farmer god cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic planet, cried out in shock as they watched the blood-eyed tyrant bear fall from the sky in an instant. How is this possible? The blood-eyed raging bear has fallen? Within that terrifying sea of fire, 3 raging apes jumped out in an instant. They were of different shapes, but they were all universe masters at level 7. If one were to add on the terrifying vital energy within their gigantic bodies that were tens of millions of miles long, these 3 raging apes would be able to withstand the tremendous vital energy. Their true power was comparable to that of an 8th-level universe master. No wonder the blood-eyed raging bear was killed. Moreover, it was killed in an instant. These were 3 existences of the same level. Moreover, they had the support of that boundless 9-colored sea of flames. Let's not talk about the blood-eyed raging bear, who is merely an 8th-stage universe master, but even we, who are universe masters at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, would be in trouble if we were to encounter these 3 raging apes at the same time. Even if we don't die from one hit, we would be severely injured and have to withdraw from this battle. Fellow Taoists, we need to be more vigilant. This raging ape is not simple. What he just displayed is clearly the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master. D***MN. Even Blood Sea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended the power of this level of the Blood Sea secret technique. But how long has that raging bear? Damn that Blood Sea Master. He didn't do his job well. Not only did he expose us, but he even gave his own bloodline technique to the enemy. He's just too good for nothing. It's useless to talk about this. Be on guard and think of other countermeasures. But before that, no one can attack on their own. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. That's right. There were 8 late-stage universe masters surrounding the raging ape and Shen cauldron, and they were in charge of one direction. It was perfect. But now, there are only 7 left. There's a flaw in this trap array, but luckily, it's not big enough to affect the overall situation. However, if other friends are killed, the situation will be different. Everyone, be on guard. Hong. Long. Long. As these exclamations sounded, in the universe void 300 to 400 million miles away from the Shen cauldron, endless thunder roared in an instant. Apart from the blood-colored ball of light belonging to the blood-eyed raging bear that had disappeared, the other 7 balls of light were slowly moving. Originally, they had a total of 8 late-stage eternity lords, each in charge of one direction, forming an incomparably perfect trapping array. But now, following the death of the blood-eyed violent bear, one of the 8 directions had no one guarding it. Helplessly, the other 7 light clusters could only slowly shift their positions to fill up the empty space. In this way, the gap between every 2 balls of light was widened. It didn't affect them too much now, but as more balls of light disappeared, the gap between every 2 balls of light would grow bigger and bigger. In the end, Shen cauldron would be able to easily escape. The remaining 7 late-stage universe masters obviously wouldn't let this happen. So, as they exclaimed at this moment, it was as they said. If nothing unexpected happened, a situation like the blood-eyed tyrant bear from before, where he charged forward alone to fight at close range, should absolutely not appear again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank. After pondering for a while with furrowed brows, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he came up with a new plan in an instant. Since the late-stage universe masters hibernating in these 7 balls of light were no longer good to deal with, then he would think of a way to force out the 6th-stage insectoid that was hibernating in the distance and whose exact location he didn't even know. Even if it was only to force the insectoid to reveal its exact location, it would be of great significance to Yi Xian. As long as he knew the insectoid's exact location, then there would be a possibility of him being caught off guard and killing the insectoid with a thunderous strike. And as long as he killed this 6th-stage insectoid, then the situation of this space being sealed by its bloodline's secret technique would be resolved in an instant. Then, although there were still 7 late-stage universe masters around him, releasing a powerful pressure that enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers. But as long as he tried to kill one or two more targets, at that time, Yi Xian would be able to find an opportunity to put away the Shen cauldron and activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability in his body. In an instant, he would be able to escape into the endless void and escape. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately stood up from the mouth of the Shen cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Who? In the next moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a 9-colored light shot out from the inside of the cauldron beneath him in the blink of an eye. After rushing out of the cauldron, it expanded with the wind, and in half a breath, it had already turned into a majestic 9-colored sea of flames that was 100 million kilometers in radius. The Shen cauldron completely enveloped it. Swish! Immediately after, as Yi Xian chanted, the Shen cauldron beneath him instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star hundreds of millions of kilometers to the right of him. Chapter 4497. Xiao. Immediately after, with a thought from Yi Xian, the Shen treasure cauldron beneath him instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away to the right. At this moment, the farmer god cauldron was surrounded by a sea of 9-colored flames that spanned nearly 100 million kilometers. This was a layer of protection that prevented the powerful late-stage eternity lords from approaching the farmer god cauldron from the 7 balls of light in the surroundings. They would attack the cauldron. Although Yi Xian was confident in the defensive power of the farmer god cauldron, he was facing 7 powerful late-stage universe lords at the same time. Beings at this level all had their own unique techniques. Especially when there were 2 universe masters who were half-step supreme beings at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Out of caution, he had to be on guard. At that moment, as the farmer god cauldron carried the 9-colored sea of flames that spanned hundreds of millions of miles and shot toward the gigantic star on the right side of the void, one of the 7 balls of light that surrounded it happened to be right in front of the farmer god cauldron. The purple ball of light immediately dodged. At the same time, including the purple ball of light, there were all 7 balls of light of different colors that exclaimed in shock. What is that raging ape trying to do? Is he going to take the farmer god cauldron and the 9-colored sea of flames and escape through the void? That's so stupid. He can't get rid of us at all. Damn it, he's so cunning. If we let him do that, the moment he rushes out of this forbidden land to the outside world, everything will be exposed. Maybe it'll attract the attention of other universe masters or even universe supremes. Then we'll be able to escape. At that time, there's no doubt that he'll have to share the benefits he's about to get. We can't just sit by and do nothing in such a situation. The raging ape is forcing us to stop him. That way, he'll have the chance to kill us one by one like the blood-eye raging bear. He's too cunning. We can't let him get away with it. Fellow cultivators, stay alert. Don't act alone. If he advances, we retreat. If he retreats, we advance. We have to maintain the current siege formation. No, he's not trying to escape. He's rushing toward the gigantic star in front of him. What trick is this? The one guarding the giant star is only a universe knight of this forbidden land. He doesn't even have the right to participate in a battle of this level. Is Raging Ape so angry that he wants to vent his anger on such an ant? Bang! Rumble, as these exclamations sounded, the Shen cauldron, which was wrapped in a majestic 9-colored sea of fire, arrived in front of the giant star in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he directly crashed into it. The size of the Shen cauldron was even larger than this giant planet. In an instant, it cracked and exploded. Countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds within the planet all died at this moment. The entire star was reduced to dust, and even the universe knight guarding the giant star couldn't escape the calamity. It was also smashed into a bloody mist. Then, it was pulled by an invisible majestic force into the Shen cauldron surrounded by a 9-colored sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already obtained a blood essence of a knight. It was extremely easy. It was a pity that the blood essence of a knight that he had spent so much effort to hunt for was no longer of much significance to him now. It had become a secondary resource that he could do without. However, this was, after all the blood essence of a universe knight's body. Even if Yi Xian already had enough level 26 pills, these blood essences of a knight were still useful as resources for training and breaking through. Now that he had obtained one blood essence, it didn't mean much. However, if he killed the other 7 universe knights one by one and obtained 8 blood essences of knights, then it wouldn't be long before he could break through again. From this point of view, the other 7 blood essences of knights that he was about to obtain were quite meaningful. They could help Yi Xian improve his cultivation by 1 level. At least it was better than nothing. Rumble, a huge roar sounded again. After one strike, this giant star of ferocious beasts was smashed into pieces. After harvesting the blood essence of the first universe knight, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Shenong cauldron beneath him. The vast 9-colored sea of fire that enveloped the cauldron rushed toward the second giant star of ferocious beasts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the Shenong cauldron, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, was already in front of this giant star of ferocious beasts. Screech! 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 A series of shrill screeches sounded. From the interior of this giant star of ferocious beasts, a large number of ferocious beasts from forbidden lands rushed out. Although they were intimidated by the powerful force of Yi Xian's universe master, they were trembling and crouching inside the star. On the ground, they couldn't move. But now, in the face of such a gigantic cauldron that was larger than a giant star, a large number of ferocious beasts still managed to overcome the fear in their hearts. They screamed and rushed out of the atmosphere of the giant star of ferocious beasts, wanting to escape in all directions. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pung! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Shenong cauldron crashed hard into this giant star of ferocious beasts. Everything that happened next was as expected. The entire giant star of ferocious beasts was like a fragile egg. It burst open right away. Countless ferocious beasts from forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a mist of blood that spread out in the void space. Guarding this giant star was a universe knight level 4 ferocious star beast, but at this moment, it couldn't escape its fate. Its huge body was completely blown up before it could rush out of the star's atmosphere. Xiao! The next moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, an invisible and majestic force whizzed out and wrapped up the 4th stage universe knight's body and blood. It was directly sent into Yi Xian's body, where he started to condense the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the second blood essence of a knight was obtained. However, to Yi Xian, this was only the beginning. 8 of the venerable blood essences that he had already reserved were only 2. It was only a quarter of them, and there were still more venerable blood essences that needed to be harvested. Hong, long, hu. Without any pause or hesitation, the Shenong cauldron, which was larger than a giant star, immediately changed its direction and rushed toward the 3rd giant star of ferocious beasts with the 9-colored sea of fire burning fiercely around it. All of this happened in the short span of 10 breaths. Regardless of whether it was the countless ferocious beasts in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. Chapter 4498. What happened? Was this ferocious ape crazy? In such a short time, he actually destroyed 2 star beasts. What is he trying to do? His target is not these 2 ferocious beast stars, but the ferocious beasts on these stars. To be precise, he is aiming for the universe knights who are guarding these 2 ferocious beast stars. Previously, I clearly saw 2 majestic ferocious beast energies being absorbed by Shenong cauldron. That's right, it must be so. This ape has been hunting beasts and collecting the majestic beasts' blood after their bodies exploded. He must have a use for it. Initially, he was only harvesting emperors, then he became universe knights, and now, he's become universe masters. And during this process, his own power is rapidly increasing. Could it be that this is the source of Bao Yuan's frightening cultivation advancement speed? What does he want to do with these beasts' blood? These aren't important. As long as we capture him and search his soul, we'll get the results. The most important thing now is, we seem to be in trouble. That's right. He's forcing us to make a move. The targets this raging ape hunts have already risen from universe knights to universe masters. The blood of universe night level ferocious beasts shouldn't be very important to him anymore. The reason he's doing this now is to tell me. He's waiting for us to give up. Don't be fooled. No matter what, you can't attack by yourself. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that you'll be killed by the violent ape again. But if we join forces and attack together, the current encirclement formation will vanish into thin air, causing his chances of escaping to greatly increase. But, are we just going to let him continue like this? There are a total of 8 universe knights in this forbidden land, and they're all Black Knight's confidants. If we let them be destroyed, I'm afraid Black Knight. Rumble. Along with the exclamations within the 7 clusters of resplendent light, a shocking rumble resounded in the space to the right. The third gigantic star of ferocious beasts was smashed apart and turned into star fragments. Countless ferocious beasts were killed, including the universe knight who had been guarding the star. The majestic blood from his body also couldn't escape from Yi Xian's demonic hands. As a formless majestic energy appeared, it was all absorbed by Shen Cauldron and sent into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. 3 venerable blood essences. There were only 4 left. Li, finally, at this moment, Black Knight, who had been lurking in the dark all this while, let out a shocking roar. It was filled with an incomparably mournful intent, and a thunderous aura was emitted. 3 Universe Knight generals had been killed one after another, and the level 6 bug couldn't sit still any longer. However, he still didn't show himself. Only his body could be heard, but he couldn't see himself. Seems like it's still not enough, muttered Yi Xian. As Yi Xian's murmur sounded out, a cold light flashed through the violent ape's eyes. With a thought, the Shen cauldron beneath him circled around for a moment before instantly shooting off in another direction. Since that's the case, then let's add a few more fires to him. Howl, pang. Within a few breaths, the Shen cauldron rushed to the front of another star, and with another earth-shattering rumble, the cauldron crashed into this huge star. What happened next was without any suspense. The entire huge ferocious beast star was still like a fragile egg, directly exploding. Countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a bloody mist that spread out in the void. Similarly, the universe knight who was overseeing this gigantic star couldn't escape his fate either. His gigantic body was completely blown up before he could even rush out of the star's atmosphere. Swish. Feeling complacent in his heart, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, an invisible and boundless force whistled out, wrapping up the chi, blood of the powerful venerable stage fierce beast and directly sending it into its body. Thus, it began to condense blood essence. This was the 4th blood essence he had collected in less than half an incense's time. There were only 8 universe knight level beasts in this intermediate supreme forbidden land, and more than half of them had been killed. However, this was still not the end. Xiao. Without any pause, the Shen cauldron shot toward the left space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was within tens of millions of miles of the 5th target. Roar. Right at this moment, a ferocious beast roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. An enormous figure charged out from within the ferocious beast star, and it fled towards the distance in panic like a stray dog. You can't escape. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The Shen cauldron under his feet immediately changed its direction and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with the figure. Pang! In the blink of an eye, this universe knight level ferocious beast exploded into a bloody mist. The next moment, Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen cauldron, waved his hand, and an invisible, majestic force whizzed out. It wrapped up the body and blood of this universe knight level ferocious beast and sent it into the cauldron. Inside. This time, although the ferocious beast star that had been chosen as the target did not explode, and the countless weak ferocious beasts in the star had all escaped the disaster, the main target still could not escape the disaster. Because of this, the number of universe knights in this intermediate supreme forbidden land was reduced to 3. 5. Soon. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian activated the Shen cauldron under his feet and shot toward the nearest of the last 3 targets. Screech. This time, the 6th order arachnid that had never revealed its figure finally couldn't sit still. Accompanied by this even more mournful screech, in another direction extremely far away, a small arachnid appeared. It was only about 1,000,000 feet tall. This black bug race finally showed itself. However, Yi Xian didn't care because the distance was too far. Especially when he was surrounded by 7 universe masters, it was too difficult for him to rush over and kill this black bug race. He had to think of a way to get this bug race to come closer so that he could find the best opportunity to attack. The last 3, don't even think about escaping. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's voice came from Bao Yuan's mouth. Pung! At the same time, the Shen cauldron finally hit the target star. In the blink of an eye, it turned into star fragments and scattered in the universe void space. Chapter 4499. This time, his speed was even faster. In the distance, before the mournful howl of the rank 6 arachnid that had just revealed itself could be heard, the Shen cauldron beneath Yi Xian had already completely smashed the enormous ferocious beast star into star fragments. Just like that, the 6th prey was killed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 universe knights were left in this supreme forbidden land. Screech, the level 6 bug in the distant void space, let out another shrill shriek. This time, it was even more shrill than before. Vaguely, there was a sense of extreme uneasiness. Seems like it's about time. Yi Xian keenly captured the difference between this shrill shriek and the one before. With a gleam in his eyes, he no longer hesitated. He immediately activated the Shen cauldron beneath him and shot toward the last 2 ferocious beast stars. These 2 ferocious beast stars were in the same direction, but one was to the left and the other was to the right. The distance between them was about 100 million miles. At this moment, Yi Xian was controlling the Shen cauldron and charging toward the ferocious beast star on the left. Screech. Seeing this, the level 6 bug in the distance could no longer sit still. With another shrill shriek, his black bug body, which was only about 3 million feet tall, instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot toward this side of the void space. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was in his throat. This was because, in his opinion, the opportunity to kill this level 6 bug had finally arrived, and it was fleeting. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. However, at this moment, the distance between the 2 was still quite far, and it was not the best time to strike. Yi Xian suppressed the impulse in his heart and restrained his desire to immediately turn around and charge toward the level 6 bug. Pung! Almost at the same time, from the ferocious beast star on the left, a ferocious beast that was 3 million feet tall rushed out. However, its speed was far slower than that of the Shen cauldron. In a flash, the treasured cauldron rushed to the back of the ferocious beast star and ruthlessly crashed into it. A deafening explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the powerful venerable one ferocious beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, the ferocious ape sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen cauldron waved its hand. In an instant, an invisible majestic force whistled out and wrapped up the qi, and blood of the powerful venerable realm ferocious beast and sent it directly into the cauldron. Inside. What surprised Yi Xian was that although the rank 6 insectoids were charging in this direction, their precise target was clearly not the ferocious beast star on the left where Yi Xian had just killed the venerable one. He was obviously heading to the star on the right. The distance between the 2 stars was about 100 million miles. Screech, just as Yi Xian activated the Shen cauldron and turned around, heading toward the last target on the right, the rank 6 insect clan that was still 300 to 400 million miles away let out another roar. That sense of panic and mournfulness was much more obvious than before. This scene revealed a sense of strangeness. Not only was Yi Xian puzzled, but the 7 universe masters who were trapped in the 7 dazzling light clusters hundreds of millions of miles away in the universe void space surrounding the Shen cauldron were also puzzled. Soon, the answer was revealed. As the rank 6 insectoid roared, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ferocious beast star in front of them. The aura emanating from his body indicated that he was a rank 3 universe knight. Obviously, this figure was the Universe Knight who was guarding the ferocious beast star in front of them. He was also Yi Xian's last target. What surprised him even more was that this Universe Knight who had just rushed out from the atmosphere of the star was clearly a space insectoid, and his entire body was pitch black. He looked exactly the same as the rank 6 insectoid that was rushing in his direction at top speed, so, it's a bug. No wonder he's so anxious. A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he instantly understood everything. Without a doubt, this black insectoid that had just rushed out from the ferocious beast star was the bloodline descendant of the rank 6 insectoid. Otherwise, the rank 6 insectoid would not have been so anxious. Who, at this moment, Yi Xian was controlling the Shenong cauldron and had already shot to an area that was only tens of millions of miles away from the ferocious beast star. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand at once, and a dazzling 9-colored flame shot out from the Shenong cauldron beneath him. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already tens of millions of miles away. With a loud whoosh, this 9-colored flame shot up against the wind in less than 1/10 of a second, and it transformed into an endless sea of fire that enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. It directly trapped the rank 6 insectoid and the Universe Knight who had just converged. All the rank 6 insectoids were trapped in the center of the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down completely. Because he knew that this rank 6 insectoid would no longer be able to escape. Although your eagerness to protect your child has moved this Star Lord, on the one hand, this Star Lord hates the insectoids the most. On the other hand, it was you who trapped this Star Lord first. With a thought, the Shenong cauldron beneath him rushed into the 9-colored sea of flames with Yi Xian on it. Yi Xian's voice sounded at this moment, so, today, you will definitely die. However, seeing that you are so eager to protect your child, this Star Lord promises you that I will spare this bug's life. Leave immediately. The last sentence was almost a roar from Yi Xian. At the same time, along with this roar, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames in front of him separated from the middle, directly separating the two black insectoids that were about to gather together. It opened up. In the next moment, the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the black insectoid opened up a passage that led to the void of the universe outside the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, the black insectoid was stunned for a moment. Then, without any hesitation, its body flashed, and it directly turned into a black ray of light that rushed out of the sea of flames and fled into the distant void. In the blink of an eye, it was already gone. Screech. At the same time, the rank 6 insectoid that was still trapped in the sea of flames raised its head and let out a ruthless roar once again. However, this time, its ruthless roar was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. However, it no longer had the fear and uneasiness from before. On the contrary, there was a sense of relief. Boom! Almost in the next moment, before the ruthless roar could fade away, the rank 6 insectoid's figure had already flashed, and it took the initiative to charge into the vast 9-colored sea of flames in front of it. Chapter 4500. In the blink of an eye, the body of the 6th stage bug exploded, transforming into a black mist of blood that spread out. Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it up, keeping it in the internal space of the Shenong cauldron beneath him. He then sent it to the flame pool to spread the blood essence. He had condensed it. At this point, the number of blood essences of Universe Lords in his possession had increased once again, reaching a total of 6. If he were to use the 6 blood essences of Universe Lords to condense them, Yi Xian was more than 60% confident that he would be able to produce 2 level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills. However, the probability of producing 3 pills instantly plummeted to around 30%. After doing all this, Yi Xian waved his right hand and immediately collected the 9-colored sea of flames that had spread out in the space before him, sending it into the Shenong cauldron beneath him. However, he still did not collect the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the cauldron, which was tens of millions of miles deep. With the presence of this sea of flames, the 7 universe masters who were standing guard in the space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away from the cauldron did not dare to recklessly approach it. This was because even with their terrifying level of cultivation as late-stage Universe Lords, when faced with the Shenong 9-colored flames that had already evolved to the pinnacle, they were still unable to resist it head-on. The moment they came into contact with it, under the intensity of the flames, their bodies would definitely explode in an instant, just like the sixth-stage bug that had exploded in the sea of flames earlier. Immediately after, Yi Xian sank into deep thought. Now, after the sixth-stage bug had been killed, that incomparably deep yet continuous strange buzzing sound in the space had completely disappeared. However, there were still 7 universe lords who had activated their own pressure to the maximum, superimposing and affecting this space. Yi Xian wanted to directly activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape, but he still did not want to show himself. On the contrary, the continuous battles had allowed the power within Yi Xian to maintain a state of complete agitation. Unknowingly, a feeling as if he was about to make another breakthrough instantly assaulted his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he immediately sat down at the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, as he waved his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. They were all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out from the undying world in his body, including the 9-colored divine medicine and a large amount of other cultivation resources. For example, the all-evil origin elixir. These cultivation resources were all top-grade items. They emitted powerful auras that dazzled people. Hundreds of millions of miles away in the void space of the universe masters who had surrounded Shinong Cauldron and were urgently thinking of a countermeasure, suddenly let out a wave of sound after a short moment of silence. Cries of surprise, "Damn it! What's this violent ape doing?" Revered He had already been killed by his tricks, and the sealing power in the void had been greatly weakened. Didn't he have some kind of mysterious escaping secret technique? Why didn't he leave? He actually stayed. Look at the items he took out with a wave of his hand. They all seem to be cultivation resources. Hiss. This is impossible. I actually saw a 9-colored divine medicine with a radius of 1,000 feet. It emitted an extremely dense energy aura. Definitely. It's indeed a 9-colored divine medicine. This violent ape is unbelievable. He actually refined the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. Isn't this the method of the remnants of the ancient era? He has the Shinong cauldron, and the Shinong strange flame in this treasured cauldron has already entered the 9-colored flame level. It's not surprising that he was able to refine a 9-colored divine medicine. It seems that this is the secret behind his cultivation level advancing so quickly. But why is he taking out these top-grade cultivation resources now? To make a breakthrough? At this time, he actually has the mood to make a breakthrough in front of so many powerful enemies? Is this violent ape crazy? This is strange, but it's fine. We can discuss how to deal with this situation in the future. In short, we can't let him escape today. Whether it's the Shinong cauldron or the 9-colored divine medicine, we must get them. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. Then, he directly activated the domain of the Shinong cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. A breakthrough. Walala, very quickly, the sound of chains that covered the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared within his body. This was something that was to be expected. Next, everything was familiar. Yi Xian activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians, accumulating energy. However, this breakthrough came so quickly, perhaps because it started immediately after the consecutive battles, and the surging energy and blood in his body were fully mobilized. In just one day, when all the energy in the meridians in his body had been refined, with just one impact, the shackles that had appeared in his body this time instantly broke. As the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 7th level universe knight. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm, 7th level universe knight. 7th level universe knight. This was the advanced stage of the universe night. With the arrival of this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat power would undoubtedly soar again. After the previous breakthrough, the strength of his original body was at the 6th level of the universe night. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 7th level. If he performed the 9 changes of demon ape and reached the 9th change, his combat power would immediately increase. He would soar to the 7th level of the universe master. But now, after Yi Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the universe night. If he performed the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His ultimate peak combat power would instantly reach the 8th level of the universe master level. Although he would still be at the advanced stage of the universe master level, it would be completely different from the previous 7th level. Because below the 8th level, if the terrifying energy and blood within the enormous physical body of 60 million miles was included in the 9th change, Yi Xian's true combat power would reach the level of the 9th level of the universe master level. It could even be said that with the current peak combat power that Yi Xian could achieve, he could more or less guarantee that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with a universe supreme at the 1st level. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent, but at least he could guarantee that he would be unscathed. As for the 7 advanced stage universe masters who were trapped in the void space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, if it were a one-on-one battle, even if Yi Xian didn't use the power of the Blood Sea technique body, no one would be able to do anything to him. Even the 2 universe masters who were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the universe master level only had combat power equal to that of the 9th change. It could be said that the current him was invincible within the realm of universe masters. Chapter 4501. Yi Xian had activated the energy isolation ability of the Shen Cauldron when he was trying to break through. Therefore, when he shrunk his body in order to break through the bottleneck of his realm, the 7 late-stage Eternity Lords didn't sense the drop in his cultivation base and aura. And now, with the completion of this breakthrough, the first thing Yi Xian did after opening his eyes was to once again use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In an instant, his body expanded tremendously, and his cultivation level soared to 8th level universe master. However, the size of his body, which was 60 million miles long, stopped at 10 million miles long. Otherwise, the mouth of the Shen Cauldron would have been too congested. After doing all this, Yi Xian removed the energy isolation ability of the Shen Cauldron. The next instant, as his terrifying power as an 8th stage universe master was sensed by the 7 late stage universe masters in the distance, there was a brief moment of silence within the 7 dazzling balls of light. Then, once again, there was a tidal wave of exclamations of astonishment. See! The power emanating from the body of the ferocious ape is at the 8th stage of the universe master level? How is that possible? In just one day, he successfully broke through the 1st stage. Previously, he was at the 7th stage, and now he's at the 8th stage. This is a universe master. Since when did the breakthrough of a small stage become so easy and fast? Without a doubt, the secret behind this ferocious ape's cultivation speed has been deciphered. All of this is due to the 9-colored godly medicine. After all, that's a legendary item. We don't even know about the godly medicine, let alone the godly medicine. We haven't even tasted the godly medicine, so we can't imagine its power. What a pity. So what if we've deciphered it? Without the 9-colored flame and the Shen Cauldron, we can't make the 9-colored godly medicine at all. This is really unfair. We're all late-stage Eternity Lords, yet we're besieging a violent ape in the same realm that relied on a secret bloodline technique to forcibly raise his cultivation to this level. Not only are we helpless to do anything about it, but we're also forced to watch as he goes into seclusion. He broke through the 1st stage of the universe master level. This is... what a disgrace. I feel like I'm about to vomit blood from anger. No matter what, we must kill this violent ape today. The significance of the 9-color divine medicine is too great. We didn't realize it before, but it's not too late to realize it now. Exactly. This matter is too important, and the opportunity is fleeting. With the speed that this violent ape grows, if it's allowed to escape today, then the next time we meet it. I'm afraid we'll be reduced to prey. Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the cries of surprise coming from all around. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he looked at the 7 balls of light surrounding him. In the end, he seemed to have determined the target of his attack. With a wave of his hand, a strand of 9-colored flame sprang up from the Shinong cauldron under his feet. After rushing out of the Shinong cauldron, he directly shot towards the blue light on the right. The 9-colored flame sprout expanded explosively in the wind. Although the tail of the flame was connected to the 9-colored flame sea surrounding the Shinong cauldron, the head of the flame that shot forward was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already within tens of millions of miles of the blue light. During this time, the violent ape, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the Shinong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, was not idle either. Howl! With a roar, the violent ape disappeared from the entrance of the cauldron. When he reappeared, he was already at the forefront of the vast 9-colored flame sea. In other words, he had now crossed hundreds of millions of miles of void space in the blink of an eye. He was now at the forefront of the flame bridge, only about 30 to 40 million miles of distance from the blue light. This kind of speed even surpassed the teleportation of a universe master. Because this vast sea of flames that was like a void flame bridge had always been connected to the Shinong cauldron, Yi Xian was able to appear anywhere on the flame bridge with a thought. This was the effect of activating the power of the Shinong cauldron. At this time, as he waved his hand and spread out a terrifying flame bridge, his body instantly approached the blue light within tens of millions of miles. In the 6 other light balls in the surrounding void space, there was an exclamation of incomparable shock. What? 2 more of them. The violent ape used the Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea secret technique. This is a diversion. We have been fooled. His real target is the golden light ball that is rushing to the rescue. Damn it, the speed is too fast, and these 2 bodies directly rushed out from the 9-colored flame sea under our feet. There was no sign in advance, so it is impossible to guard against. There is no warning sign at all. It is too late. Damn it, is he going to succeed again? If this continues, I suddenly have an extremely uneasy feeling. I am afraid today's matter will not be settled peacefully. I am unwilling to accept this. This is too despicable, too shameless. Screech. Xiao. With these exclamations, the blue light ball did not hesitate at all and directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. The other 2 light balls, which were closest to it, also rushed over at the same time, intending to help. The light ball on the left was slightly closer, and the flame bridge was quietly extending to both sides as it rushed forward toward the blue light ball. It was just that the speed was slower, so it looked inconspicuous. Therefore, the golden light ball rushing from the left was only 30 million miles away from the left edge of the flame bridge in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyes of the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge flashed coldly, and he directly activated the Blood Sea secret technique's power of the bodies. Xiao. Xiao. Almost at the same time, at the extreme left edge of the flame bridge, 2 gigantic figures that were tens of millions of miles tall rushed up into the sky. They were the skeleton body and the black mist body of the ancient demon ape's 3 bodies. Because these 2 bodies were activated by the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, the aura that emanated from their bodies was that of an 8th-stage universe master. Without hesitation, these 2 8th-stage universe master bodies of the ancient demon ape attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, attacking the golden light ball that was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Pung! There was no suspense at all. The golden ball of light was caught off guard. It didn't even stop and directly exploded into a majestic golden blood mist that spread out. Xiao. At this moment, the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge disappeared, and the 2 bodies of the ancient demon ape that had set up an ambush to kill the golden light ball waved their hands and collected the majestic golden blood mist that had spread out in the void space. Then with a shake of their shoulders, they directly merged with the 9-colored flame bridge under their feet. Chapter 4502. Everything that had happened before seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The speed was simply too fast. A 9-colored flame sprout shot out from the farmer god cauldron and transformed into a bridge of flames that rapidly spread out. By the time the late-stage Eternity Lord hibernating within the golden light was slain, the ape had returned to the cauldron, and the bridge of flames had been withdrawn. From beginning to end, it took less than 3 breaths of time. At that moment, as Ferocious Ape returned, he sent the majestic golden blood mist that he had just collected into Shin'Nong Cauldron and began the condensation of the 7th blood essence of a universe lord. In the universe void hundreds of millions of miles away, there were only 6 remaining dazzling lights. Within the ball of light, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. How is this possible? In just a few breaths of time, we lost another late-stage universe lord? At first, there were 8 late-stage universe lords that trapped Ferocious Ape. Including Black Knight of the Bug Clan, there are 9 universe masters in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. But now, 3 have been lost, and only the 6 of us are left? And in terms of time, it hasn't even been 2 days. This is simply unimaginable. I have an extremely bad premonition. This situation seems to be going on for a long time. How is this possible? Would Ferocious Ape dare to use the same method a second time? Even if he has the guts and isn't afraid of us beating him at his own game, what happened just now? How can we be fooled again? Adjust the formation. So what if there are 6 late-stage universe lords? We still maintain an absolute advantage, and we can still form an effective seal around Shin'Nong Cauldron. As long as we think of a way, he won't be able to escape today. As the cries of shock rang out, the 6 dazzling lights in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away adjusted their positions in an instant, spreading out the position of the previously destroyed golden light. This way, although the gap of the trap array widened, at least the seal could still be effectively formed. Yi Xian didn't care about any of this. After pondering for a while, he once again sat cross-legged at the mouth of Shin'Nong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He wanted to continue breaking through. After another small breakthrough, his cultivation level would reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier Universe Knight level. Then, he would be able to consume a level 26 Eternal Lord pill and officially become a Universe Master. However, since he had just broken through once, it would be difficult for him to break through again in a short period of time under normal circumstances. However, Yi Xian was not worried about this because he still had 7 Venerable One's blood essences and 8 titled Emperor's blood essences. If he swallowed all of them this time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to complete level 9 Universe Knight. After making up his mind, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he once again activated the isolation ability of the Shin'Nong Cauldron. Swish, swish, swish. Following the sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. They were all the cultivation resources that he retrieved from the undying world within his body. Including the dozens of Venerable One's blood essences and titled Emperor's blood essences, 9-colored godly medicines, and a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items that emitted powerful auras, which once again stunned the remaining 6 late-stage Eternity Lords hundreds of millions of miles away. After a short moment of shock, the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords, who had been feeling uneasy for a long time, once again let out a roar of shock. Look, that damned ape is sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron again and taking out 9-colored godly medicines and other top-tier cultivation resources with a wave of his hand. What is he trying to do? Break through again? But how is this possible? He just broke through level 1 a few hours ago and ended his seclusion. But if he isn't in seclusion, what is he trying to do? We've already seen it once. What other questions can there be? This damned violent ape, is it trying to kill us on the spot? Pfft. This sovereign can't take it anymore. It's so unbearable that I feel better after spitting out this mouthful of blood. Crazy, he must be crazy. This sovereign doesn't believe that he can successfully break through again this time. That's simply a nightmare. Cries of shock rang out, but Yi Xian completely ignored them. At this moment, he had already activated the farmer god Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, almost at the same time, the sound of chains that blotted out the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. there was still only one shackle that appeared. Everything that happened next seemed to repeat itself. In front of the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords gathered hundreds of millions of miles away, Yi Xian unhurriedly closed his eyes and focused his mind. Then, he activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body and began to circulate it in his meridians. Accumulating energy. Accumulating energy. This time, it took a slightly longer time, a full 4 days. Finally, when the great river of energy in his body was refined, Yi Xian only needed to charge once to break the shackle. And as the shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 8th stage universe night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body and blood energy. Current realm, 8th stage universe night. 8th stage universe night. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yi Xian's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's strength had been at the 7th stage universe night. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 8th stage universe night. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations technique and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 8th stage universe night. Now, after Yi Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly have the strength of a 9th stage universe night. This was already the pinnacle of this realm. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations technique and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the 9th stage universe night, which was also the pinnacle of this realm. In fact, if he included the terrifying power of the blood energy in his enormous physical body, which was 60 million miles long, Yi Xian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a first-stage universe night. Even if it was because of the gap between realms, the power of the enormous physical body would be slightly reduced. But even if he couldn't reach the level of a true first-stage universe night, the difference wouldn't be too big. In other words, the peak battle strength that Yi Xian could currently achieve was enough to completely crush a universe master, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th step. Chapter 4503. Up until now, Yi Xian had a total of 7 drops of blood essence of universe masters. If he immediately started the condensation of the level 27 supreme treasure pill, he was more than 70% confident that he would be able to produce 3 supreme treasure pills from this furnace of supreme treasure pills. He was close to 50% confident that he would be able to produce 4. However, in reality, it was still far from time to start the condensation of the level 27 supreme treasure pill. On one hand, it was because he still hadn't figured out the perfect pill formula for the level 27 Paragon Supreme Pill. On the other hand, it was because the battle in front of him was clearly far from over. There were still 6 late-stage universe masters surrounding the Shen-Nong cauldron hundreds of millions of miles away. Yi Xian didn't dare say that he could kill all 6 of them, but he could at least kill 2 or 3 of them. Every time he killed one more, it meant that he would have at least one more level 27 supreme treasure pill in the future. This temptation was too great, and even he couldn't resist it. At the beginning of this battle, Yi Xian's cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the universe night. After activating the demonic ape bloodline within his body and using the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline ability, his cultivation level would reach the 7th level of the universe master. Due to the enormous body of 60 million miles and the tremendous power of blood and vital energy, it had the effect of increasing his power by 1 level. Therefore, his true battle power was comparable to that of an 8th level universe master. But now, in the midst of the great battle, Yi Xian had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, his own cultivation base had already reached the 8th level of the universe night. Once he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation base of the 9th level of the universe night. This way, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation, Yi Xian would become a true 9th rank Aeon Lord. Coupled with the support of his boundless blood and chi energy, even if his combat strength still couldn't reach the 1st rank of Universe Supreme, the difference wouldn't be too great. Yes. More importantly, he had the power of Blood Cease secret technique, and when activated, he had the power of 3 beings that were infinitely close to the power of universe supreme beings. In this sort of situation, even if there were still 6 powerful late-stage eternity lords surrounding him in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yi Xian would still be able to deal with the situation by himself. At the beginning of this battle, Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. His only wish at that time was to find a way to escape. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, everything had turned around in just a few days. In terms of combat strength, Yi Xian was definitely the one with the upper hand. What he was thinking about now was no longer the matter of retreating far away. If it was necessary, he could calmly escape at any time now, without the slightest pressure. The problem he was currently considering was how to kill the 6 late-stage eternity lords waiting in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away as much as he could. To him, every late-stage universe master represented a level 27 supreme treasure pill that was about to come out of the furnace. The significance was too great, so Yi Xian had to maximize the benefits as much as possible. Because the next time he wanted to make a supreme treasure pill, he didn't know when he would have to wait. Universe masters weren't easy to find, and only by gathering 5 would one be able to meet the minimum requirement of making a supreme treasure pill. The threshold made one speechless. Although he now had the power to crush these 6 late-stage universe masters, they were still late-stage universe masters, after all. If they realized that something was amiss, it was highly possible that they would want to escape. At this moment, as Yi Xian successfully made another breakthrough and opened his eyes, the 6 late-stage universe masters, who had been secretly discussing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from Shenong Cauldron for the past few days, immediately noticed him. Like a tide, cries of surprise rang out from the 6 dazzling balls of light. What? How long has it been? It's over again? This guy can't really have successfully broken through to the next level of cultivation, right? In just a few days, this is the second breakthrough. Has the 9-colored godly medicine's effect really reached such a terrifying level? Before he used that mysterious bloodline ability, he was only a 7th-stage universe master. Now, he's already a 9th-stage universe master. Once that mysterious bloodline ability is used, it will instantly increase his power by 1 level. Doesn't this mean, this raging ape already has the combat power of a universe master at level 9 complete realm? He's already not weaker than any of us. In fact, even the 2 9th-stage universe masters among us wouldn't be his match in a one-on-one battle. That's right. Including the terrifying power of blood and energy in Pang de Bao's body, even if it's in a situation where he's a whole realm higher, it can at least increase Bao Yuan's battle power by half a level or more. In other words, he's now infinitely close to a true universe master. He's already a supreme master. How can we fight like this? Even if we defend, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to trap him again. Is today's battle going to end with a grievance? We can't let this happen. If we miss today's opportunity, this Bao Yuan will grow even stronger. When that time comes, even if a universe supreme master comes personally, it'll be difficult to subdue him. Don't worry about it anymore. Quickly invite a supreme master. In this situation, we can only share the benefits and invite a universe supreme master. Only then can we have a chance of winning today's battle. Otherwise, everything we've done before will be in vain. I'll go. 5 friends, you must trap this bastard here. At most 3 days, I'll be back. Roar. The last sentence came from a black ball of light on the west side of the Shenong Cauldron. As the last roar rang out, the black ball of light suddenly released a strong black light and disappeared in a flash. Hong long long. Hong, with the disappearance of the black ball of light, the 6 balls of light that were originally trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from the Shenong Cauldron were reduced to 5. A gap appeared in the west side. But soon, continuous rumbling sounds rang out. The 5 balls of light moved together and began to move. In the blink of an eye, they had filled up the gap left by the black ball of light. However, as a result, the gap between every 2 resplendent balls of light was a little larger than before. But overall, the situation of being trapped still existed. It was very clear that the 5 late-stage eternity lords within the 5 balls of light still hadn't given up hope. They had actually gritted their teeth and braved the danger of staying behind. Chapter 4504. Previously, Yi Xian had already broken free from the bloodline god power of 9 transformations of demonic ape due to his secluded cultivation. Hence, he had only activated the bloodline power of 9 transformations of demonic ape, but he hadn't displayed the power of the bloodline god power of 30 meters. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a 9th stage pinnacle universe knight. However, at this moment, as he stepped out of the mouth of Shenong Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, the 30-meter-tall raging ape raised his head and roared, "Roar!" 9 transformations of demonic ape. 9th transformation. As this roar rang out, a huge explosion erupted from within the body of the raging starry sky ape. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath of time. His speed was simply swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end. The energy within his body surged like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. Moreover, there was even an imperceptible strand of an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura that effused out. At the same time, the aura emanating from the raging ape's body soared rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, the raging ape had soared from a 9th stage pinnacle universe knight to a 9th stage pinnacle universe master. Miraculously, the raging ape's cultivation level was achieved in half a breath's time. This scene made the eyelids of the late-stage eternity lords within the 6 dazzling balls of light in the void of the outerverse for hundreds of millions of miles around them twitch. Their hearts were filled with endless envy and jealousy. In an instant, as this incomparably terrifying pinnacle eternity lord power spread out and enveloped this vast and boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless cries could be heard coming from the various ferocious beast stars in the distance. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area crouched on the ground almost subconsciously. They did not dare to move at all. There were even some popping sounds that could be heard. However, many of the weaker ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand this terrifying aura, which was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Their bodies exploded instantly, and there were signs of them dying. Previously, when they were besieged for such a long time, Yi Xian had made several moves, and he had even killed 3 powerful universe masters in the face of adversity. But these 3 times, without exception, they were all sneak attacks. After one attack, they immediately retreated. Otherwise, they would be in danger. It could be said that he had put himself in danger all 3 times. Coupled with his current situation of being trapped, the grievance that had accumulated in Bao Yuan's heart was naturally obvious. However, that was all in the past. Now, as his cultivation level had skyrocketed by 2 small levels in a few days, Bao Yuan now had a terrifying battle power that was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Although there were still 5 late-stage eternity lords lying in ambush in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yi Xian didn't fear any one of them. The exciting moment of turning the tables and crushing the enemy had finally arrived. Roar! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan, who was agitated, immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before he finished his roar, Yi Xian's voice was transmitted through his spirit consciousness. It was played down, neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was gentle, it enveloped the vast void of the supreme forbidden area, revealing an endless sense of tyranny. Didn't you think that you could besiege this Star Master because you had the advantage in numbers? If that's the case, then this Star Master will now fight 1 against 5, 1 against all of you. Either you fight or scram. Roar. Blood Sea Secret Technique. As the last roar was transmitted, Bao Yuan's gigantic body, which was 60 million kilometers long, collapsed instantly, turning into a vast and boundless blood sea that permeated the void of the universe. With the Shenong Cauldron as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, the Blood Sea Secret Technique had been activated to the extreme by Yi Xian, and a boundless blood sea with a radius of nearly 1 billion kilometers appeared in the void. When this vast sea of blood spread out in all directions, all the stars in the void, whether they were ferocious beast stars with forbidden grounds and ferocious beasts in hibernation or abandoned stars, were all destroyed and turned into cosmic dust without exception. With a radius of 1 billion kilometers, such a vast area had already shrunk the 5 resplendent balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away into the sea of blood. Now, this almost boundless sea of blood was just below these 5 resplendent balls of light. At a glance, this scene was as if 5 huge stars of different colors had risen from 5 different directions above the vast sea. Boom. 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 3 earth-shattering explosions came from 3 different locations in the vast sea of blood. Then, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant from the shocking and boundless sea of blood. They were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was the body of bones, without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless and ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its eyes were merely 2 clouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. Under normal circumstances, the 3 demon bodies were a trinity, and their backs were stuck together. However, now, Yi Xian had actually used the Blood Sea secret technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea bodies. Besides, he had already completely comprehended the power of the first level of the Blood Sea body. Hence, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all exuded the aura of cultivation at the 9th stage pinnacle level of a universe master. They were only 1 step away from becoming universe knights. Come on. Didn't you want to trap and kill me? Now, the time for a great battle has come. Just like what I said before, either we fight or get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The 3 Blood Sea bodies were all tens of millions of miles in size. At that moment, they rose from the ground. Their feet were still connected to the boundless Blood Sea, but Yi Xian's voice was coming out of their mouths. They were filled with endless disdain, and they wanted to fight 5 universe masters at the late-stage universe master level by themselves. Peng! Peng, 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 as the 3 Blood Sea bodies roared furiously, the terrifying power of a half-step supreme in their bodies also rose to the extreme. At that moment, in the universe void space outside the Blood Sea, within the various ferocious beast stars, there was an extremely clear sound of explosions. It was only one roar filled with overwhelming demon power, and within the various ferocious beast stars of this intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless ferocious beasts had fallen. All of them couldn't withstand the terrifying power and exploded one after another. Chapter 4505. What? It's this move again? As expected, he has fully comprehended the Blood Sea Lord's Blood Sea secret technique. He just broke through and condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, and all of them have the same cultivation level as his main body. We're talking about 3 powerful 9th step eternity lords, existences that are half-step supremes. Although we have 5 people, there are only 2 of them, so we don't seem to have the advantage. It's too shocking. Everything is like a forbidden realm. Not long ago, the situation had developed to such an extent. At first, we clearly had an absolute advantage, but now, everything has changed. We are already evenly matched. The so-called seal is just a joke. Fellow Taoists, now, where do we go? Now, we can only do what this violent ape said. Either we grit our teeth and fight, or scram with our tails between our legs. It's really too sullen. Let's end the battle then. Even though we've imperceptibly lost our advantage, we're still evenly matched and haven't fallen into a disadvantageous position. As long as we persist for a while and wait for reinforcements to arrive, this violent ape can only perish on the spot. Fight! Screech! Along with these cries of alarm, the auras of the 5 canopies, which had been restrained and didn't emit too strong of an eternal lord's pressure, were instantly filled with furious roars and howls. For a time, incomparably austere and cold murderous intent surged out like a raging river, violently gushing out from the 5 bright balls of light of different colors. Bang! Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the killing intent of 5 powerful late-stage eternity lords overlapped in the vast void of this intermediate supreme forbidden zone. Around the Blood Sea, in the various ferocious beast stars. Immediately, as if in response, a dense series of explosions rang out again. This time, countless innocent ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded to death and grievance. Roar! 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 At the same time, 3 heaven-shaking roars rang out. The waves of the endless sea of blood surged to the extreme. The 3 demonic ape clones with the sea of blood beneath their feet swung their right fists at the same time, charging off in different directions. 2 of them rushed to the 2 green and blue canopies emitting the same half-step supreme being auras. The other flesh body, Yi Xian's original body in the form of a violent ape, rushed directly to the green canopy in front of it. The aura emanating from this green ball of light was only that of a 7th-stage universe master, and it was the weakest of the 5 late-stage universe masters who were still lingering in this place. Almost in the next instant, the violent ape rushed out abruptly and arrived within 10 million miles of the green canopy in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it threw a punch. Everything that happened next was without suspense. Bang! A huge roar rang out in the void space, and this green canopy exploded in an instant. Among the shattered green canopies, one could clearly see a green one bird with a body of 30 million feet. Under Yi Xian's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a green bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! Catching the enemy off guard and killing it with one blow, it was simply a one-hit kill. Such a result made Yi Xian relax, and a sense of joy appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body and enveloped a radius of 10 million miles. The green bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, transforming into a green waterfall of majestic qi and blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly scuttled into the towering Shenong cauldron in the center of the blood sea and started the blood essence condensation. This scene happened too suddenly. The other 4 late-stage Eternity Lords in the resplendent light canopies didn't have time to react at all. By the time they came back to their senses, the existence in the green canopy had already been killed by the violent ape's punch. At this time, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone had already rushed within 10 million miles of the green and blue canopies. Without any hesitation, they also threw a punch. Another one was actually killed? How is this possible? Screech! Go all out. Roar! In the midst of shock and anger, a monstrous roar came from the 2 canopies of light. At the same time, a ferocious green beast head that was 30 million feet long and a blue beast limb of the same size that was covered in barbed scales stretched out from the canopies of light. There was also a terrifying aura that didn't show any weakness as it blasted towards the 2 blood sea clones that punched out. Bang! Bang! Ka-cha-cha! 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded as the blood sea surged for hundreds of millions of feet. The green beast head and blue beast limb collided head-on with the 2 blood sea clones, and the terrifying force that erupted caused even the cosmic void above the blood sea to shatter inch by inch. The turbulent flow of space shot out, and the entire bloody battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. This attack was actually evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. The Black Mist clone and Skeleton clone didn't gain any advantage, and the 2 half-step Eternity Lords in the green and blue canopies of light also didn't gain any advantage. Roar! Roar! This result obviously made the 2 blood sea clones of Yi Xian extremely dissatisfied and unwilling to accept this result. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, the 2 blood sea clones punched out again at the same time. The 4 half-step supremes at the great circle of the 9th step Eternity Lord realm instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. The entire cosmic void within a radius of several hundred million kilometers was completely shattered. However, this was the mysterious primordial void after all, and the power of the laws had reached its peak. Although the power of half-step Eternity Lords could already shatter the void. After the shattering void, it immediately healed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shocking scene was strange and magical, and at the same time, it was dazzling, but at the same time, it couldn't help but be terrified. Only the half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords could continuously shatter and rapidly repair the void under the background of such a scene. Under this, they were still fighting fiercely. And just as the 4 half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords were gradually fighting in full swing, the flesh clone on the other side, Yi Xian's true body in the form of a violent ape, also smashed the green canopies of light with a punch. He turned his head and looked at the other 2 resplendent light canopies in front of him on the left. These 2 light canopies were red and purple, and the cultivation auras emitted from them were both at the 8th level of Universe Lords, only 1 step away from the 9th level of Eternity Lords. Chapter 4506. In the blink of an eye, the green ball of light exploded, and the 5 late-stage Eternity Lords turned into the current 4. Seeing this scene, the red and purple balls of light that were originally shooting towards the violent ape instantly stopped midway, their surging momentum coming to an abrupt end. Immediately after, a few soft cries of shock rang out from the 2 balls of light. What? The green one actually fell? Hiss. The original 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. With our cultivation of the 8th stage, how can we fight this half-step supreme stage terrifying violent ape when it's only 2 against 1? Quickly retreat, today's battle is no longer necessary. That's right, although the benefits are tempting, we can't do it. The most important thing is still our own lives. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before the voices had even finished, the 2 balls of light had already turned around and retreated the way they had come. From their words, it was clear that they wanted to retreat immediately upon seeing that the situation was hopeless. This was expected, after all, the violent ape's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage, half-step supreme stage. If there were 3 late-stage Eternity Lords at the 7th or 8th stage, they would be able to barely resist each other and protect themselves by rushing to each other's aid. But if there were only 2 8th-stage Eternity Lords, it was obviously impossible to achieve this. Previously, before the green one beast within the green ball of light had fallen, even if Yi Xian had condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, his strength would only be on par with the 5 resplendent balls of light. But now, following the fall of the green one within the green ball of light, the comparison of strength between the 2 sides instantly changed. Yi Xian, who had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, became the stronger side. As for the remaining 4 resplendent balls of light, they landed on the weaker side. Among the 4 balls of light, the green and blue balls of light each faced a Blood Sea avatar, so they were not affected by the change in strength. On the contrary, the pressure on the red and purple balls of light greatly increased. Under such circumstances, if they were to forcefully resist, it was very likely that they would end up like the green one within the green ball of light, dying on the spot. Facing such a situation, retreating immediately was the only choice, and there was no need for hesitation. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today, none of you 4 will be able to escape. Not a single one of you can be missing. Roar. Seeing the 2 balls of light shooting toward the path they came from, Yi Xian's cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Then, after raising its head and roaring, its terrifying body that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size instantly turned into a bloody mist and scattered. It sank into the boundless sea of blood below with monstrous waves. Almost at the same time, in front of the red ball of light's retreating path, a monstrous wave rose from the sea of blood. The berserk ape's enormous figure, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, rose from the ground and suddenly rushed out. With just a single step, it arrived in front of the red ball of light in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of tens of millions of li, he did not hesitate at all as he punched out, bang. A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void as the red ball of light exploded in an instant. Amidst the red specks of light that filled the sky, one could clearly see a blood-colored crocodile beast with a body that was tens of thousands of meters long. Unfortunately, just as the crocodile beast's figure appeared, its body was completely blown up into a bloody mist by the terrifying power of this strike, rapidly spreading out. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape waved its hand at the first possible moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant, transforming into a scarlet waterfall of boundless blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly rushed into the Shinong cauldron that stood in the middle of the sea of blood, and directly began to condense blood essence. Screech, seeing this scene, in another direction 200 million miles away, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from the purple ball of light that was rushing towards the edge of the sea of blood, revealing endless panic and fear. It was obvious that the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating in the purple ball of light was finally afraid. In this vast area where the endless sea of blood spread, the universe was affected by the power of the sea of blood. Even late-stage Eternity Lords were unable to directly teleport away. They could only use their extreme speed to rush to the edge of the sea of blood before they could teleport away. However, although their speed was fast, no matter how fast they were, they could not compare to the violent ape, who was one with the endless sea of blood. As long as they stepped on the sea of blood, whether it was the violent ape, the other two skeletons, or the body of black fog, they could merge with the sea of blood beneath their feet at any time. At the same time, they could soar into the sky from any other location in the sea of blood. The gap between them had reached a level that could be completely ignored. Just now, the reason why the violent ape was able to kill the giant star crocodile and the red ball of light with a single punch was because it had this advantage. Otherwise, although there was a great disparity in strength between a 9th-stage Eternity Lord and an 8th-stage Eternity Lord, it would not be easy for the former to stop the latter within the 1 billion-mile radius of the sea of blood. At this moment, after the giant star crocodile and the red ball of light was killed and its blood essence swept away and sent into the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian now had 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence. If he opened the cauldron to refine a grade 27 supreme treasure pill, Yi Xian had an 80% chance of being able to refine 6 pills, and even 7 pills would be around 50%. However, this was far from the end. Right before his eyes, he was about to obtain another drop of Eternity Lord blood essence. Roar! Raising its head and roaring, the violent ape's enormous body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, 200 million miles away, in front of the purple ball of light that was fleeing in panic, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, whose body was 10 million miles long, directly rose from the ground. Without the slightest pause, it roared and threw a punch at the incoming purple ball of light at the same time. Seeing this scene, the purple ball of light that was originally moving at an extremely fast speed came to an abrupt halt, followed by an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl from within the ball of light. Boom! Before the howl had even faded away, the violent ape's punch had already landed on the purple ball of light. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million miles stirred up an endless hurricane. The purple ball of light cracked, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded. A cloud of purple blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape did not hesitate and immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Chapter 4507. In the blink of an eye, the purple ball of light exploded, and the majestic blood energy formed from the explosion became the material for Yi Xian to refine the 10th blood essence of Eternity Lord. 10 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, Yi Xian was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 7 of them, and even 8 of them would be around 50% certain. However, this was still far from the end. On the other side of the blood sea, not far away, he was about to refine another 2 blood essences of Eternity Lord. At that time, as long as the last 2 balls of light were blown apart and the universe masters that were hibernating within them were killed, the number of Eternity Lord blood essences in Yi Xian's hands would reach a terrifying 12. 12 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, he was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 9 of them, and even 10 of them would be around 50% certain that he would be able to refine 9 level 27 supreme treasure pills. In the future, every single one of them would represent the emergence of a universe supreme level being among his subordinates. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly surged, and his breathing became rapid. With this kind of intense anticipation, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he turned his head to look at the other side of the blood sea in the distance, over there, the skeleton body and the black fog body were still engaged in an intense battle with the pinnacle eternity lords within the green and blue balls of light. Although the battle had only just begun, because both sides had used their full strength without holding back, the battle had entered a state of unbridled ferocity in a short period of time. However, in general, the two battlefields were basically evenly matched. The two blood sea bodies and the two balls of light were fighting each other, and no one was able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, this equilibrium was clearly about to be broken very soon. Hong, long, long, Hong, long, long, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, Biyao no longer hesitated. His terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of miles in size instantly rushed toward the other side of the sea of blood step by step. At present, the remaining green and blue light balls had been completely restrained by the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was impossible. Hence, Biyao was not in a hurry and directly ran wildly. This scene was too shocking. In the boundless sea of blood, one after another, blood-colored waves surged into the sky like a canopy of the heavens. On the surface of the sea of blood, a ferocious ape that was millions of kilometers long strode forward with a terrifying presence. Even the space around it rumbled with the sound of thunder, roar, screech. At the end of the sea of blood in the distance, the two peak eternity lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly seen this scene and were aware of the battle situation here. In an instant, shocking roars and screeches rang out from the two resplendent light balls. Following closely behind were the voices of divine senses that were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Trash. All of you are trash. 3 late-stage eternity lords of the 7th and 8th stage couldn't even last half an incense stick's worth of time before they were completely wiped out. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It's over. There's no hope in today's battle. With just you and me, facing 3 half-step supremes of the same strength, we definitely won't be able to last 3 days. Let's retreat. I can't accept this, screech, as these voices filled with resentment and unwillingness rang out. The two peak eternity lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly reached a consensus at the first moment. There was no need to continue fighting. Right now, their only wish was to be able to safely escape. This was simply infuriating. A few days ago, they had set up an ambush here and surrounded their opponent, but now, in just a few short days, they had fallen to the point where they didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to escape unscathed and escape in a hurry. This kind of sullen battle was simply unprecedented in their lives, but they had no choice but to face it. How could they endure it? However, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to give up. If this dragged on, the final result would definitely be death. Buzz. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a low buzzing sound came from both the cyan and blue balls of light. This commotion was roughly the same as the commotion caused by the activation of the Bloodline's secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid that Yi Xian had killed earlier. Evidently, these two peak half-step supremes had most likely learned this secret technique that originally belonged to the insectoid race from that 6th-stage insectoid. This was also understandable. After all, Yi Xian's 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability was obtained from the bloodline of the blood-devouring lion clan. Now, the two half-step supremes in the green and blue light balls suddenly activated this bloodline's secret technique that belonged to the 6th-stage insectoid race. Their purpose was naturally not to trap their opponent, but to escape. Insectoid's secret technique? Want to escape? It's not that easy. As these two low and strange buzzing sounds rang out, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape, who was running wildly in the endless sea of blood. Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice instantly sounded out. Roar. Walala, with a roar, endless splashing sounds rang out. The violent ape's huge body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, in the left area hundreds of millions of kilometers away, near the cyan light ball that was emitting a low buzzing sound, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, which was tens of millions of kilometers in size, directly rose from the ground. On the other side of the skeleton, the cyan light ball was sandwiched in the middle. You can't escape. Die. Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out once again. Before it had even landed, the violent ape and the clone in the skeleton had already punched out at the same time, heading straight for the cyan light ball. Screech! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million kilometers stirred up an endless hurricane. The cyan light ball exploded with an incomparably shrill howl, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded, and a cyan blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and absorbing the cyan blood mist that had just spread out into the Shinong's treasure cauldron. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the violent ape and the skeleton clone that had just killed a powerful enemy exploded at the same time, turning into two majestic and endless rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood beneath their feet. Chapter 4508. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape and the skeleton body attacked at the same time. With one punch, they killed the Pinnacle Universe Lord hiding within the green light, turning him into a cloud of green blood mist. Then, without any hesitation, Raging Ape and the skeleton body disappeared at the same time, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the vast blood sea beneath their feet. At the same time, Raging Ape and the skeleton body left the side of the last blue light in an instant, and rose. Together with the black mist body that was originally entangled with the blue light, they formed a triangle and trapped it in the middle. This was clearly the rhythm of the three blood sea bodies attacking at the same time and blasting it apart. Screech! Realizing that a life and death crisis was approaching, an incomparably mournful roar came out from the blue light cluster. At the same time, the blue light cluster that was originally emitting a blazing light, at this moment, the bright blue light also burned to the extreme. Wang! With a low and strange buzzing sound, the blue light flickered and disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the fists of the three blood sea clones landed on the spot where the blue light ball had disappeared. Immediately, cracking sounds could be heard in the void. They were so dense that it sent chills down one's spine. Unfortunately, the existence within the blue sphere of light had still managed to escape. This sort of bug race secret technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. Moreover, the Peak Eternity Lord within the blue sphere of light had been using it for some time now, so the possibility of such an unexpected outcome wasn't small. Howl! Such an outcome made Yi Xian extremely unwilling. The three blood sea bodies raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. The skeleton body and the black mist body dissipated in the next instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the blood sea beneath their feet. With a thought, Yi Xian put away the blood sea technique. Xiao! Hualala! With a thought, the vast and boundless blood sea rapidly gathered and disappeared in the blink of an eye, merging into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, Yi Xian broke free from the state of the ninth form. His body returned to its original height of 30 meters. His original level of cultivation as a Universe Master at level 9 Pinnacle fell back to that of a Universe Knight at level 9 Pinnacle. His figure flickered, and he immediately returned to the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was enshrouded in 9 colors fog and sat down cross-legged. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he murmured, "In the end, one still managed to escape." Adding that to the one who went to invite the so-called Supreme, this Star Master has already killed 7 of the 9 Eternity Lords this time. There were already 4 Eternity Lord blood essences before, and with these 7, there's a total of 11. With 11 Aeon Lord blood essences, if he were to refine a 27 level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill, he had an 80% chance of being able to refine 8 of them. In fact, he even had a 50% chance of refining 9 of them. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided not to leave for the time being. Instead, he would stay here and attempt to become a Universe Master. Although he had just broken through 2 small levels not too long ago, he had just been engaged in a series of battles. His opponents were all late-stage Universe Masters, and the Blood Sea technique could be said to have been interpreted to the extreme. The time for another breakthrough had arrived. As long as he made one more breakthrough, even if he didn't activate the Demon Ape bloodline in his ordinary human form, he would have the power of a 9th-stage Universe Knight at the pinnacle level. Then, he would be able to take a level 26 pill. Once he swallowed it, he would be able to become a universe master in a short time. Then, even if a night came, he wouldn't be afraid. A universe supreme? I've been looking forward to a great battle with such a being for a long time. This time, it's impossible for them to invite 2 universe knights, as that would take away more benefits. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. This is a rare opportunity. Not only can I fight a universe supreme who came alone, but I might even have the chance to kill him, as long as this universe knight is only at level 1 to level 3. At level 3, there's a chance. After making up his mind, his eyes flashed coldly, and he activated the isolation power of the Shenong Cauldron again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Soon, the sound of the air breaking was heard, and rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. They were all resources he took out from the undying world within his body. The 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, were all top-tier items that exuded powerful forces. After that, Yi Xian activated the domain power of the Shenong Cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Hua, la, la, almost at the same time, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from his body. There was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian closed his eyes unhurriedly and focused his mind. Then he activated the energy river that had just formed in his body, and it started to circulate in his meridians time and time again to accumulate power. The time it took to break through this time was still acceptable, as it only took him 1.5 days. Perhaps it had something to do with the continuous battles that he had fought to his heart's content. Soon, when the energy river in his body was refined, Yi Xian only had to attack once, and the shackle broke. When the shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, 9th stage universe knight complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, 9th stage universe knight complete. 9th stage universe knight. He had finally reached the 9th stage universe knight complete. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yi Xian's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's combat power was at the 8th stage of the universe knight complete. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 9th stage. And if he used the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would be even higher. He would instantly reach the 9th stage of the universe master level. But now, after Yi Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly possess the combat power of a first-stage universe master. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and entered the 9th transformation directly, his combat power would reach the level of a first-stage universe supreme. In fact, if he were to include the terrifying power of blood energy in his enormous body, which was 60 million miles long, under the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a second-stage universe supreme. The key was that he still had the blood sea technique. Once he activated the power of his other bodies, he could instantly create 3 bodies of this level of combat power. In this way, even if a supreme being of the 3rd step were to descend, although Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill the supreme being, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ensure that he would be able to easily leave at any time. But this was actually not the end of this breakthrough. Because now, he could already take a level 26 pill and break through the bottleneck of a major realm, allowing his combat power in the ordinary human state to enter the level of a true universe master. Chapter 4509. Complete level 9 universe knight? Finally. I'm going to break through to the true eternity lord level. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he forced himself to calm down. Then, he closed his eyes again. He didn't have much time left. If there were no accidents, that universe supreme would arrive within 2 days at most. Although Yi Xian had the Shenong Cauldron to protect him and had nothing to fear, if he delayed for too long, it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. If he could complete this breakthrough before the other party arrived, it would naturally be the best-case scenario, shio. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yi Xian. They were still all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world within his body. However, this time, other than the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, the most important thing was a level 26 Eternity Lord level pill. After consuming this level 26 Eternity Lord level pill, Yi Xian only had 11 Eternity Lord level pills left. However, it was still enough. After doing all this, Yi Xian activated the domain of the Shen-Nong Cauldron. After compressing all the resources to the size of an infant fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hua la la. The sound of chains covering the sky and earth rang out from within his body. This time, although there was only one shackle that appeared, it was much thicker than before. After all, this time, he was breaking through to the next major realm between Universe Knight and Universe Master. Neck. Yi Xian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed within his body. He began to circulate great circulatory cycles in his meridians to accumulate power. The expected pain came quickly. The impact of the bottleneck of a major realm was much more intense than the impact of an ordinary small realm. However, to Yi Xian, it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time passed slowly. Under Yi Xian's wholehearted focus and full power circulation, this time, it only took him a day and a half to completely refine the great river of energy in his body. Yi Xian only needed one attack to break this incomparably thick shackle. When the shackles were completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, first level Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current level, first level Universe Master. A Universe Master. The breakthrough this time was a great leap forward. It had undoubtedly increased Yi Xian's battle prowess greatly. Previously, his original body's cultivation base had been at the 9th Order Venerable Realm. Once he activated the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline, he would be able to ascend to the 1st Order Eternity Lord realm. And if he were to use the 9 changes of demon ape and reach the 9th change, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 1st Order Universe Supreme realm. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a 2nd Order Universe Master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he were to use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His power would be equivalent to that of a 2nd Order Universe Supreme realm. Adding in the terrifying energy and blood within his enormous body that was 60 million kilometers long under the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's true combat strength was basically on par with a universe sovereign at the 3rd step. In other words, no one below the level of a middle-stage universe supreme could do anything to him. If there were no accidents, any universe supreme being at the level of an initial stage would either be annihilated or forced to flee in embarrassment when they encountered him. This was because as long as Yi Xian executed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his body, he would be able to instantly split himself into 3. With the same power level, he would be able to crush his opponent. Calculating the time, these 2 breakthroughs have taken almost 3 days. This means that the so-called Universe Supreme Realm Supreme should be arriving soon. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. As he muttered to himself, he had already rushed out of Shen-Nong Cauldron. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, the cauldron transformed into a ray of light and rushed directly into his body. Immediately after, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the horizon as he muttered once more, I wonder what kind of power the Eternity Lord Tribulation possesses. However, all of my aura is currently restrained and not emitted, so the lightning tribulation has yet to arrive. This was expected. A thunder calamity was bound to arrive when a Great Order Universe Supreme Realm breakthrough. Although there was no existence like the primeval heaven's eye in this primordial chaos void, the law of space operation here was perfect and complete. Because of this, The thousands of nests that gave birth to chaos demon gods and the entire vast Milky Way star field were enveloped by an invisible force of primordial chaos law. Even the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era and the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era couldn't break through and force their way in. One could see a thing or two after entering. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had already realized this, he would have immediately concealed his aura before he rushed out of the Shenong cauldron. He wouldn't have leaked the slightest bit of it. At this moment, he would probably be undergoing the Eternity Lord tribulation. Of course, Yi Xian had never been interested in the Thunder Calamity. He wasn't afraid and even looked forward to it. This was because every time he experienced the baptism of the Thunder Calamity, he would be able to completely stabilize the level of cultivation he had just broken through. Solidify. But this time, a great enemy was about to arrive. He had other plans for the upcoming Eternity Lord Calamity. After a short while, as long as I reveal a little bit of my aura, the Eternity Lord Calamity will arrive immediately. Unfortunately, it's only an Eternity Lord Calamity after all. It won't cause any harm to the universe supremacy who's about to arrive. However, it's not a bad idea to take advantage of this opportunity to confuse the enemy and set up an ambush. After saying this, he immediately activated the Perfect Oscillation Spiritual Force secret technique and concealed his body. His aura was concealed again, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not a single trace of his aura could be sensed. At the same time, in the universe void tens of billions of miles away from this intermediate supreme forbidden area, a ball of light was rapidly approaching. This ball of light was dark yellow, and the aura it emitted far surpassed that of a universe master. This was clearly a powerful universe supremacy. Within this dark yellow ball of light, one could vaguely see a smaller black ball of light. It was the late-stage Eternity Lord who had taken the initiative to ask for reinforcements. Tens of billions of miles of void wasn't a short distance, but to a universe supremacy, it was nothing. After a short while, this huge dark yellow ball of light plunged headfirst into this intermediate supreme forbidden area and arrived at the bloody battlefield. In the void where the battle had taken place. Immediately after, on the right side of where Yi Xian was hiding, it came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 45:10. What happened here? The moment he rushed out of the dark yellow light, a shocked exclamation came from within the black light. This late-stage universe lord was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that he could still see a large amount of shattered star fragments in the distant void 10 billion miles away and the thick smell of blood in the air, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. 3 days ago, he had left this place to ask for reinforcements. Now that he had returned, it had only been 3 days, and everything had changed greatly. That farmer god cauldron that was even larger than a star had disappeared. That freakishly talented space raging ape was gone. Even the 6 late-stage universe lords who had surrounded the cauldron when he had left, were gone. Damn it, these bastards. They surrounded me for a few days and still couldn't think of a way to deal with that raging ape. Now, after being stunned for a few moments, the being within the black light let out a furious roar. But now, it's only been 3 days since I left, only 3 days, and not only did they get rid of the raging ape, they even cleaned up the battlefield and left calmly. The bloody battlefield within a radius of 10 billion miles is so clean that it's like a dog licked it. This is clearly to erase all traces. They want to cut off the rhythm of this Supreme Lord's pursuit. This is simply too much. Hong. Long. Just as the late-stage universe lord within the black light flew into a rage, a series of earth-shattering rumbles came from the universe void 10 billion miles away to his left. Turning his head to look, he saw a dense and jet-black tribulation cloud gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with jet-black tribulation clouds. Right at that moment, a space-raging ape with a height of about 30 meters appeared below the region shrouded by the clouds. The aura emanating from its body was that of a first-level universe master. This raging ape had clearly just broken through, which was consistent with the sudden arrival of the universe lord Thunder Calamity. No matter who saw it, they would not have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment, when the raging ape entered his sight, the late-stage universe knight within the black light was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had originally thought that the raging ape had been dealt with by the beings within the 6 light balls in just 3 days. But now, it seemed that the truth was the opposite. It wasn't the raging ape that had been dealt with, but the beings within the 6 light balls. Those were 6 universe masters, and all of them were late-stage universe masters. There were even 2 universe masters who were half-supreme masters at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Even if not all of them had perished, and there were still some who had managed to escape, this ferocious ape, with its own strength, was able to accomplish this in a short 3 days, and this was still enough to shock everyone. Oh, no, in just 3 days, he hadn't done all's raging ape. If he remembered correctly, when he left 3 days ago, the strength of this ferocious ape was only at the peak of the 9th order venerable realm. But now, looking at his body shape, it was obvious that he hadn't activated that mysterious bloodline ability. Even so, this raging ape's power had leaped from the pinnacle of the 9th level to the 1st level of the universe master. What did this mean? It meant that he had broken through again. In just 3 days, he had dealt with the 6 late-stage universe masters, and he had even taken the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough that had leaped a great realm. If those 6 fellows hadn't been killed by him, would they have been killed by him? Moreover, counting from the beginning to the end, this fellow had actually broken through 3 times in a short period of less than 10 days since they'd first besieged him. Moreover, this included a breakthrough that allowed him to surmount an entire realm. This was simply too frightening. If he didn't kill him today, in a few years, wouldn't he grow to the level of a great being from the primordial era? These thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, the killing intent of the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating within the black ball of light towards Yi Xian instantly rose to the extreme. However, just as this strand of killing intent surfaced in his heart, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and his entire body instantly trembled a couple of times. The situation wasn't right. This fellow had a powerful bloodline ability. Once it was activated, it could instantly increase his power by a great realm. There was no doubt about this. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it with his own eyes before. In other words, he was now a 1st-level universe master. If he were to activate that mysterious bloodline power, wouldn't he become a 1st-level universe supreme master in an instant? This was already the same level of cultivation as the person he had invited this time. However, once this ferocious ape activated that mysterious bloodline's secret technique, its body would instantly expand to 60 million kilometers in size. At that time, with the support of the terrifying blood and chi energy in this enormous body, its cultivation strength would still be able to increase. His power would increase by a small level. In other words, once Bao Yuan activated that mysterious bloodline technique, his true combat power would directly soar to the level of a 2nd-level universe supreme. And the existence that he had invited was merely a level 1 ultimate universe realm expert. He wasn't a match for him at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, they became clearer and clearer. The existence of the black ball of light caused his entire body to tremble violently. It even affected his body. The black ball of light that covered everything also started to sway slightly. Even his voice was trembling. Knight, and this raging ape's power has broken through, and he's now a universe master. We're no match for him at all. Why don't we retreat? While he's going through the universe master thunder trial, we should still be able to make it. Howl. Are you out of your mind? Hearing his voice, within the dark red light ball beside him, a harsh voice was heard. He's only a 1st-level universe master. Don't forget, you're a 7th-level universe master, just as well. While he's going through the universe master thunder trial and hasn't used the farmer god cauldron to defend himself, this is the best chance to kill him. Don't worry. After killing this raging ape, I'll take the farmer god cauldron first. As for the other treasures, you guys can pick first. Howl. Raging ape, you little rascal, give me your life. After the last sentence was said, within the dark red light ball, there was another shocking roar that was filled with endless excitement. With a flash, it shot toward the land of the thunder trial that was close to 10 billion miles away. Chapter 45:11. Crack. An ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purple gold lightning smashed down. As this bolt of lightning struck down, the dark tribulation clouds that covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles instantly dissipated. Although there was only one bolt of Eternity Lord Thunder tribulation, its power was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations Yi Xian had experienced before. There was no comparison at all, and it emitted an endless aura of destruction. However, Yi Xian was still fearless in this regard. After curling his lips, his figure flashed and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered the endless void above his head. Screech. At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. He did not dodge, and instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble, the scene in front of him was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purple gold tribulation clouds, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the exploding purple gold sea of lightning. Even the space was trembling slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although it was only a single wave of tribulation lightning, it wreaked havoc for nearly 10 breaths of time. At this time, the vast sea of lightning above his head had long since disappeared. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was thus cleared. Swish. As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there was not the slightest wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly and emitted an endless aura of the Eternity Lord. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void of the universe nearly 10 billion miles away. Roar. Violent ape, hand over your Shinong cauldron, and this sovereign can leave you with an intact corpse. This divine sense voice came from the dark red ball of light that was emitting the aura of a supreme being. It gave off an incomparably clear feeling of a lofty mountain. It was full of a sense of superiority, as if the ruler of the heavens was overlooking the masses. Yi Xian turned his head to look. When he saw that the other party was only a first-order universe supreme, he immediately grinned. The disdain and ridicule in his words were not concealed at all. Oh, is that so? Then let's see, if you have the ability. Following this divine sense voice that was filled with endless disdain came out from the mouth of the ferocious ape. In the next instant, it raised its head and let out a furious roar. Roar. 9 Demonic Ape, 9th Transformation. Along with this roar, the space ape, the violent ape, its body. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath's time. Its speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was also an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that spread out. At the same time, as its body expanded, the aura of cultivation that spread out from the violent ape's body also rose rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, it had soared from a first-level universe master to a second-level universe supreme in the blink of an eye. Previously, although Yi Xian had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and raised his cultivation by one level to become a second-level universe master, he had deliberately concealed his cultivation by one level. After all, he was undergoing the lightning punishment of an Eternity Lord, and the power of a first-level universe master was more appropriate for the situation. Now that he had unleashed the 9th transformation of the 9 devilish ape transformations bloodline ability, this concealed cultivation base was instantly revealed. On top of that, his combat prowess had been enhanced by an entire major realm through the 9th transformation. Now, he had reached his current pinnacle state in an instant. He had become a universe knight at the level of level 2. Moreover, due to his body size reaching 60 million miles, the power of blood and vitality was simply too majestic and abundant, and it had boosted his cultivation by one level. Therefore, the current Yi Xian's combat power was already comparable to a third-level Universe Supreme. Seeing this scene, the dark red light ball that was shooting over from afar came to an abrupt halt midway in the void space. Within the light ball, a voice that was filled with endless astonishment cried out at the same time, "What? A second-level Universe Master? In an instant? His cultivation has skyrocketed by 1 level? How is this possible?" It was no wonder that he was so shocked at this moment. Previously, when the 7th-level Universe Master hibernating within the black light ball went to ask him to come out and help, he didn't reveal the fact that the target, the violent ape, had a terrifying bloodline technique. He had only said that the raging ape possessed a Shenong cauldron, and it was now trapped. However, the defensive power of the treasured cauldron was too strong, so even Eternity Lords were unable to break through it. Thus, they needed to request the help of a Universe Supreme. After all, as a Universe Supreme, since he had intervened in this matter, then no one else would want to get their hands on the Shenong cauldron. The existence in the black ball of light thought that it was only asking him to help and easily suppress the violent ape. Such a primordial treasure of the primordial era as a reward was more than enough. As for the mysterious and powerful bloodline technique in the violent ape's hands, although he didn't mind sharing it with this powerful Universe Supreme, he was worried that this Universe Supreme would immediately leave after capturing the violent ape after learning of this matter, leaving them to draw water with a bamboo basket. All for naught. After all, the smaller the range of this kind of heaven-defying bloodline technique, the more advantageous it would be for him. The few Universe Masters didn't have the ability to restrict this matter, but this Universe Supreme could. If he really had such thoughts, he might really do it. It was precisely because of this concern and consideration that the hibernating being within the black light ball concealed this point, which caused the Universe Supreme within the dark red light ball to be so shocked to see such a scene occur. What? He's actually a second-level Universe Supreme? If that's the case, then this violent ape's true combat power is already comparable to a third-level Universe Supreme? Just as this first-level Universe Supreme came to an abrupt halt and let out a cry of shock, in the universe void 10 billion miles away, the black light ball that had been hovering in the distance and didn't dare to approach at all, let out another cry of shock. Although he knew that the violent ape had a terrifying bloodline technique that, once activated, could immediately raise his cultivation level by a whole realm, he didn't know that after Yi Xian activated the violent ape bloodline in his body, he could actually raise his cultivation level by a small level. Therefore, he previously estimated that the violent ape's peak combat power was a first-level Universe Supreme, comparable to a second-level Universe Supreme. Just like that, the first-level Universe Supreme he invited was already no match for the violent ape, not to mention the violent ape's true combat power had now become a second-level Universe Supreme, comparable to a third-level Universe Supreme? Chapter 45:12. Now you want to run? What were you doing earlier? Seeing that the black light was trying to escape, Yi Xian's voice came from the mouth of the raging ape. Xiao. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, he disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the black ball of light, completely blocking its escape route. Immediately after, without waiting for the other party to react, the incomparably enormous right fist of the violent starry sky ape suddenly smashed out. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion in the void space. The later stage Eternity Lord hiding in the black light didn't even have the chance to make a sound before his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood-green mist. As soon as it spread out, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent it into the Shenong cauldron inside his body, where he started to condense the blood essence. Now, he had a total of 12 blood essences of Eternity Lords in his hands. Of the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle of Eternity Lords who had been thinking about him, including Blood Sea Master, other than the pinnacle Eternity Lord who had escaped previously, the other 9 had all been annihilated. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of the one who had escaped. Now, his strongest combat power had reached the level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a third-stage Universe Supreme. If he went straight to that guy's lair, he could kill him instantly. However, this wasn't a matter of urgency. Although the last later stage Eternity Lord in the black light had been annihilated, there was still a first-stage Supreme beside him. Xiao. Almost at the same time Yi Xian turned his head to look at the dark red ball of light, an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from that direction. The scene that fell into his line of sight almost shocked Yi Xian to the point that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That gigantic dark red light with a diameter of 10 million miles was actually fleeing at an extremely fast speed. This was clearly the rhythm of an escape. Those who could cultivate to the level of Universe Supreme were naturally not fools, and they definitely weren't impulsive people. Right now, Yi Xian's power and cultivation level had already formed a crushing force. Even if he was unwilling, so what? Was it more important than his own life? You sure are straightforward. However, as a Jizuan realm expert, if you can't even withstand a single blow from him, wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing for you to turn around and flee? Seeing the other party running away, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and chased after him. As he chased, he also sent out a voice with his divine sense, trying to tempt him. How about this? I won't bully you. One of the levels of my third order supremacy battle prowess is supported by the boundless energy and blood in my huge body. If worst comes to worst, I'll just shrink my body and not use this level of vitality to boost my combat strength. That should be fine, right? After saying that, with a thought from Yi Xian, his terrifying figure that was 60 million kilometers long instantly shrunk to around 10 million kilometers. It was roughly the same size as the dark red ball of light that was escaping at top speed. PFFF, what made him extremely gloomy was that he had taken the initiative to shrink his body and give up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level. Now, Yi Xian's true combat strength had already fallen between the third order supremacy and the second order supremacy, and he was even closer to the second order supremacy. However, not only did the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed not stop, but it also seemed to be in a rage, and there was a faint sound of blood spurting out of its mouth. At this very moment, the Universe Supreme that was hibernating within the dark red light was having a mental breakdown. When had a Jizuan realm expert ever been ridiculed like this? The fellow chasing after him was too infuriating. Even if he gave up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level, he still had the combat strength of a second-order supremacy. He was still one level stronger than him, and he still had the cheek to say that he wouldn't bully him. Besides, the one-level combat strength that he gave up could be recovered at any time during a great battle, right? He actually wanted to use such a trick to deceive him. How shameless, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only did the dark red light not slow down, but it also suddenly increased its speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed out of the border of this intermediate supreme forbidden area. Xiao! Almost in the next instant, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out in the starry sky at the border of the forbidden area. The raging ape, whose body had shrunk to about 10 million miles in size, rushed out and chased after the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed. There was only a little more than 200 million miles between them. It was only a distance. Hey, the one in front, do you still have any shame? A Jizuan realm supreme is actually like a stray dog. Isn't this too degrading? Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Yi Xian was also depressed. It was not easy for him to become a Jizuan realm supreme. Originally, he could immediately fight to his heart's content with a powerful Jizuan realm supreme, but he didn't expect to meet such a coward. This was simply a disgrace. As he thought of this, the anger in Yi Xian's heart immediately surged. Xiao! With a flip of his palm, a big-headed black rod instantly appeared in the right hand of the giant ape. It was transformed from the Shen Nong medicinal pestle that was compatible with the Shen Nong cauldron. The moment the big-headed black rod appeared, the raging aura within the raging ape's body suddenly skyrocketed by 30%. He used this big rod too well, and it had long become a habit. Now that he held it in his hand, the feeling instantly came. At this moment, Yi Xian's figure was a giant raging ape that was 10 million miles in size, and the big-headed black rod in his right hand was 10 million miles in length. It was incomparably thick and solid. After all, it was a primordial supreme treasure, and it had long disappeared after being used by Yi Xian many times. A ferocious aura had accumulated in its form, and at this moment, it was invisibly seeping out. It was simply impossible to look at it directly, and it made one's heart palpitate with fear. At this moment, the existence in the dark red light that was fleeing in front suddenly had a feeling that there was a dagger at its back. With a bad feeling in his heart, he subconsciously turned around to take a look. It was this glance that instantly made his soul scatter. A big-headed black rod, emitting a murderous aura that made one's hair stand on end, was smashing towards him from behind, covering his head. Although there was still a distance of about 200 million miles between him and the raging ape, the big-headed black rod was a primordial supreme treasure. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, the rod could still hit him from such a distance. Bang! Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The big-headed black rod ruthlessly smashed into the dark red light ball, causing the flames of the light ball to shake violently a few times. Puff! At the same time, a dull light sound clearly came from within the dark red light ball again. This was the sign that the existence that was hibernating in the light ball had been hit by the rod. It was probably not light, and most likely had already vomited blood. Looking at this situation, even if it was not a serious injury, it was definitely a light injury. Wu. Chapter 45:13. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. Or perhaps, the being within the black light was howling too loudly, thus exposing itself. Within the light, there was indeed a wolf beast, and it was a greedy wolf. Although its bloodline was not pure, compared to the sub-blood greedy wolf that Yi Xian had killed before, it was much purer. It was estimated that the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf was as pure as the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf. The difference would not be too great. Wu. At this moment, as Yi Xian swung the big-head black rod and smashed it onto the black ball of light, the greed wolf within the ball of light raised its head and let out a long howl. The black ball of light that originally enveloped its body shook violently and gradually became unstable. Finally, it collapsed with a boom. The black light collapsed, revealing the appearance of the being hibernating within. This was a blood-colored greedy wolf without a single strand of mixed hair. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call it a blood-colored greedy wolf. At that moment, this blood-colored greedy wolf was obviously not in a good state. Its face was ferocious and filled with resentment, and there was a huge bump on its head. As its body was at least 10 million miles long, the bump on its forehead was caused by the big-headed black stick. Its size was practically the size of a shooting star. It was simply a ghastly sight to behold. Howl, ferocious ape, what are you trying to do? At that moment, as its body was revealed, the speed of this blood-colored greedy wolf did not decrease at all. It was still extremely fast. As it fled into the void space ahead, it turned its head and roared at Yi Xian, who was chasing behind it. Its expression and tone were filled with grief and indignation. There is no enmity between us, so why are you clinging on to me and not letting me go? You are simply unreasonable. Reasonable? Did you King reason with this star master when you first arrived? Yi Xian looked at it with disdain and ridiculed the blood-colored greedy wolf mercilessly. Previously, when you saw that this star master was only a first-stage universe master, weren't you King arrogant? Jumping and jumping, you wanted to rush over and open your mouth to rob. Now that I see that your cultivation level is lower than mine, you know how to reason with this star master? Howl. I'm sorry, but the violent ape clan has never been reasonable. Xiao. After saying the last sentence, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the violent ape's right arm, swung the shocking big-headed black stick over his head, and fiercely smashed it down again. An extremely sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded, accompanied by the cracking sound of space shattering inch by inch. The black stick that was as huge as a star carried an unstoppable supreme might as it smashed forward with a loud bang. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Seeing this staff smash down, the scarlet greedy wolf, which had already tasted what it was like, shuddered in fear. Its running speed suddenly increased. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. As his body suddenly leaped forward, although the club did not hit his head, it hit the back of the left side of the scarlet greedy wolf's thigh. A heart-wrenching pain came, and the blood greedy wolf howled at the sky again. A huge bump appeared on its left thigh, and it was a shocking sight. "Oh Wu, Bao Yuan, you've gone too far. That strike of yours almost crippled me." The scarlet greedy wolf roared, and it was so angry that it almost spat out blood. He turned his head around and fiercely glared at Yi Xian. His figure, which was originally charging forward, suddenly changed directions and shot towards the left in an oblique manner. At the same time, he said something that sounded like a warning, "Violent ape, don't forget that your cultivation level is only increased by some kind of secret technique. I don't believe that you can maintain this level of cultivation forever. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. This is the Hongmeng Void, the forbidden land of the Milky Way star domain. There are many powerful forbidden lands and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way. You're only a beginner universe supreme, and you haven't reached the level where you can do whatever you want. Don't follow me again. I can pretend that nothing happened. The next time we meet, we'll still be friends. If you dare to follow me, I can't guarantee that you'll die today and fall on the right bank of the Milky Way." Howl. "If you're not afraid of death, then follow me." After the last roar, the scarlet greedy wolf didn't say anything else. It glanced back cautiously from time to time to guard against the big-headed black stick that could come crashing down on it at any time. On the other hand, it used its maximum speed to shoot ahead. Now, he had changed the direction of his advance. Previously, he was rushing towards the far right edge of the Milky Way, but now, looking at the direction he was heading, it was clearly heading straight for the right bank of the Milky Way star field, just slightly to the left. Already, at this time, Yi Xian and the scarlet greedy wolf were still a few trillion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. However, both of them were powerful universe knights, and now, one was running for his life, and the other was chasing. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and pushed their speed to the limit. Under such circumstances, although the distance of a few trillion miles was far, it only took 2 to 3 days to leave it behind. 2 days later, they were very close to the left bank of the Milky Way. At most, they would reach it in less than a day. During these 2 days, Yi Xian and the scarlet greedy wolf were chasing each other, and the gigantic raging ape behind them would occasionally swing its terrifying big-headed black stick and hit the scarlet greedy wolf once or twice. This caused a huge commotion. Along the way, there would occasionally be some ferocious beast stars hibernating like independent cultivators. They were all shocked by this unexpected scene. Regardless of whether they were universe knights or universe masters, none of them dared to show themselves. As the saying went, when the gods fought, the little devils suffered. This was a fight between two powerful universe knights. With their level of cultivation, if they really wanted to show themselves, even if it was just to watch, they would not be able to. It would be lively. In the end, there was a high possibility that they would be affected and destroyed along the way by one of the existences, as if to vent their anger. Another half a day later, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. At this time, the raging ape, who had been chasing closely, once again swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand. Without any hesitation, it raised the stick high above its head and smashed it hard on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head. "Oh woo." An incomparably shrill howl of agony was heard. This time, because it was smashed on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head, it was especially painful. The howl of the scarlet greedy wolf was especially shrill. Besides, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. With such a shrill howl, coupled with the strong sense of grief and indignation of a universe supreme master, almost in the blink of an eye, all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way in front of them were completely destroyed.